Karakin. The new map is now online. Have you and your companions had your chicken dinner on this 2x2 map yet? In Karakin, there are loads of brand new items and features, so let's introduce you to all the latest content. Demolition Zone. As well as Karakin, the small and exciting map, there's also the most well-known feature, the Demolition Zone. You may be familiar with the Red Zone, where as long as you hide in a building you can dodge airstrikes. But in Karakin, if you're in the Demolition Zone, you'd better leave that forsaken place. The buildings here won't protect you. Buildings in the Demolition Zone will be destroyed by the Red Zone. After the Demolition Zone passes, all battlefield environments will completely change. This will obviously bring more variety to the battlefields. Breakable walls. There are a load of walls in Karakin that don't look all that strong. If you have a Panzerfaust or a sticky bomb, you can break down these walls to explore the worlds behind them. This improves your mobility massively. Imagine the enemy waiting by the door for you to come out, and you make the great decision to suddenly smash down the wall and take them by surprise. Of course, there's also whole new worlds and a wealth of supplies behind these walls, just waiting for you to explore. Thin walls. Many buildings in Karakin have walls that aren't that strong, as well as walls that you can blast a hole through. There are also some extremely thin walls. You can break through these walls with bullets to attack your enemies. So be sure to look out for these walls, but don't use them as cover as they won't protect you. New items. Panzerfaust and Sticky Bomb. In Karrigan, we've added these 2 brand new items. First up is the Panzerfaust. Yes, you read that right. As well as payload mode, you can also see it in classic mode. I heard you're good at the Kar 98K. Let's compete who shoots more accurately. Sticky bombs are mainly used to blast through walls, but watch out, as some cunning players may have a few tricks up their sleeves that make this item quite interesting. Well, that about covers everything you need to know about Karrigan. So, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and try out these new features with your friends.
One of those 21 Blackjack players, but what does surprise me here, Tarzan, is that so many of these players are so split early on in this game, in this first match, and surprisingly, what the heck is going on? Malum is trying to punch a kill out, dodging the vehicle, finds it!
360 compound on the outskirts of Mansion can do a lot of work, but look at Switch trying to do so much by his lonesome.
But Arena 51, they just don't care about driving. They want to shoot. They found impulse snaps. Now gonna look for the second, but look at the rest of his team. It's all dead. It's all down to snaps. Has to pull out a 1v3. It's holding him down as K9 look to close up against him. SFS X K9 take. They go onto the same ladder, but you can see Magnamoka, they are cooking that grenade. They're looking for it, and it will go in first. Finds Hackshot, finds a second, through onto death, and that was the entrance in they needed. IDN struck first with the explosive. They're going to be the ones to take 2-3 kills. Farrell goes for the nade in. That's going to be Tesla knocked, and there goes a second. The grenade finds this one of his own, and Icy just finishes him off, but Icy can't find the rest, as it will be Tornado to finish him off. Onto Captain, and both onto Icy too. Farrell gets knocked through on the off angle. 2 versus 1, it will be the 1v1. Gets the extra kill. Tornado with 15 bullets. It's a ring around the roses and the rock, but he finds it anyways.
Now on the face of darkness, they are a squad that we complimented. We need
the edge of Harbor. They get spotted. They lose Ghost as well. TL lose Almighty on Nero.
And these final circle splits are brilliant as well, as we see Ghost slowly become a goner. Very unlikely to get any more points, as he would do a little bit of an emote, then die. You know, have a bit less risk, because that is Switch dying, and he didn't have to, as Death got picked aside and will force himself in the open.
They're getting that 15 points for the Chicken Dinner. Darkness, they return 1, but they can't quite find them all. And Bullet's not gonna find anyone. Lisa dips into the smoke, but just too much to handle. From Revolution students, if they have to fight, they will do it. And so, with the help of Darkness, the team squad wiping team. What Red Island, what K9 are waiting for. Ghost gonna be fished down. Gonna be an extra one. Magnamoka gonna be found out by the zone. They have found a position. Dragos almost goes down to the nade. That's gonna be 1. That's surely gonna be a second. Blows up. Welcome back, everyone, once again to the PUBG MOBILE Campus Championship final, where it is now day number 2 of the finals weekend. We see Darkness on top of the leaderboard, and it is up here, Tarzan, to see if anyone can take them down. But if you at home want to take down your own opponents in your own games, you can enjoy a super fast and lag-free PUBG Mobile experience on Xiaomi's powerful Redmi Note 10 5G. And as I say, Darkness here work the team on top, Tarzan. It is so many kills that they were able to pick up through yesterday's 5 games. So strong of a squad. And can anyone really contest this team?
I think there are some potential, right? Of course, on that second place right now, which, you know what, both of these teams in top 2 are just miles ahead of the other teams, right? But K9 Some very good plays, right? So they are close to how Darkness has performed based on the stats, and the points. But I do think Darkness is really dominating right now. They fight their way into zones. They control the area so well, to capitalize on that particular position that they created for themselves. So right now, it seems to be a bit hard for these other teams to catch up, but we do see some potential. Like through all the stages of this tournament, they do have some of those big games, and these games, compared to previous stages, Highland Wolf, are definitely better to watch because the ability to survive or take fights and take some compromises when you are having some issues with teammates like getting knocked or whatnot. These things we are starting to see, and I think is a very good sign.
I think that overall these first 5 games were a much higher level of competition compared to not only the preliminary stage but also of course the group stage, and this was also something that we got to see going through into the group stage. Teams who progressed through directly into the finals, those who didn't have that opportunity to get into the preliminary stage and fight that extra little bit more against some of these other squads. In these standings, as you will see, some of those teams really did struggle against the top.
I think it's a very fair thing to say that although they've performed well initially, but by doing so, they missed out on the weekend of fighting other squads. Continuing the practice in this particular level of a lobby is really doing some harm. I'm not saying that you shouldn't fight as hard as you should in group stages, but you can see these things coming through, right? A few teams that we should mention, in particular, Optic Gaming, right? Struggling a little bit. 21 Blackjack also having some issues, but we do have teams who have fought their way through, almost made it straight to this finals week, which is Concrete UK, but they've been struggling the past week also, and as you can see them still on single digit point after 5 games.
Yeah, the fact that Concrete UK only getting an average of 1.2 points in between those 5 games really does speak a little bit difficult time for them. But I think that coming into today, they need to understand to reset, to be able to come back and be able to get those points. Because keep in mind, in one day, you can get many points indeed. You can see Darkness all the way over in the top there with 91 points already in the scoreline. 1 chicken dinner to their name, and even beating out those with more wins on the board, like K9 Esports 83 points, and proving, though, also in terms of chicken dinners, that when you look on the right side here, Tarzan, chicken dinners, they aren't everything, because even Revolution students who were able to pick one up on Miramar yesterday in 9th position.
Yeah, I mean, look at the point separation that we talked about yesterday. Between the 3rd place and 9th place, I believe, or 4th to 9th, it's like a 6-point separation. That is a very, very small gap, right? But if we just look at how dominating Darkness is, my lord, like 19, that's almost 10k damage. Like 9.9k damage is from 5 games, it's almost 2,000 damage per game. And we just find that very, very mind-blowing. So like this squad, I think they can do huge things, right? Because we also see some other teams, for example, in 21 Blackjack or Concrete UK, they have some very experienced players. When you come across a squad like Darkness who are so dominating in the lobby that you play in, that is scary, but also give us a lot of hope, for this squad. Maybe we'll see them more and more in the PUBG Mobile esports scene.
Over 50% of the points that have gathered so far have been from their kills alone. And you can see there in 2nd position, K9 with only 35 kills, but also equalizing their 83 points, which does speak to me. On the other hand, where Darkness is more aggressive and they pick up their more points in terms of kills, K9, they've been certainly more consistent in terms of zones. You can see that over half their points have been coming through from their placements, and placement points are what we can see on the points distribution. 15 points going towards those that can get those chicken dinners. K9 had 2 so far, and all moving the way down to 8, 6, 4, 2, 1 points and 0 there at the bottom for the 13th to 16th position teams who do not want to be on the bottom of your matches. But of course, kills, That's where all of those points really do matter. 1 point for every player you can confirm in any of your matches, and that is why you see such dominance coming through from Darkness. There were even games where they didn't survive towards the final fights. They were still picking up double-digit kills, and this is very scary because keep in mind, the majority of points that they got here, Tarzan, were coming through from their first 4 games, not from their final game, where actually they did struggle a little bit.
They still got a decent amount of points, but they got it in the way how many squads would take those 6-7 points across any game of the tournament. So for them, that is a bit of a misstep. But you know what? Every point really counts, because let's remind ourselves of this prize pool that we have. 5,000 euros split between these teams. If they can make it all the way to the top, 1,500 euros there. You know what? It's slowly all the way down. If you can be the MVP of the tournament through all those stats that we've been seeing, I believe there's an equation, so I can no longer do quick maths, but some maths is also very fun for me. So I would love to see who is the person who's more likely to get it now, right? And so what are the rules behind it? You know what? We should probably find that out as well, Highland Wolf, because I think that equation will really press a very sweet button within myself.
Yeah, I believe it's something like the amount of damage done by the player, the highest amount of damage done by a player in the winning team, one something along that. But it involves factions, it's very complicated. My brain can't handle it, so I'm going to have to rely on you to be able to work that one out, as we do see the matches. And this is something my brain can process here. Just 5 simple ones. Match 6 through to 10. I can count to 10, Tarzan. I'm smart enough, don't you worry. It's Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, Miramar, and Erangel going to be the 5 matches through on today's games. In Sanhok, of course, that middle one, I think that we didn't get to see such craziness out of Sanhok, but it wasn't craziness just out of maps alone. It was craziness from the zones themselves. In games, I think particularly 1, 2, and 5, that is those matches where we saw those zones really test those players the most.
Yeah, and I think because of that point system, I know we're getting a little bit immune to it now. I've seen it quite a while, but I started to see this thing in Highland Wolf where some of the players who've been playing, in the past few splits of PMCO or those seasons, I feel like they struggle to transition their playstyle into this point system, because you can see the way that Darkness plays is like they don't rely on, oh, we're good here or whatnot. They adjust every time, although their position is in the circle, they adjust every split to try to maximize this control. So I love this change in the point system, and I think people need to start, learning new ways, okay? Not letting go of their strengths or whatnot, but the adjustment really is key, and that is kind of the tone of how esports scenes are like. The patch notes come out, new meta, you adjust, whoever adjusts better wins. And I think we are waiting for that to come through more, in this current ecosystem of this game.
I think in particular here, if you just can't keep up with the level of aggression it is required out of these squads to be able to really make those kill points count, because keep in mind, when you move 5 points off of the chicken dinner, that would have actually been 10 extra points going through to K9. Yes, it would have been 5 extra to going through to Darkness, but that's still a 5 extra point gap that would have been closed by K9 over to Darkness. And when you talk about those points, they really do matter, because we say this tournament has been very tight between all of these teams. In fact, groups A, B, and the preliminaries all came down to that final match to see who got through into the next stage. And I expect it to be no different. And I expect, especially though today, to at least now bring even more depth to the story about who could be the ones to challenge to the top.
Yeah, and I think this is time for some of these teams to look at those small things, right? In individual plays, they all add up, because like you mentioned, we're down to sometimes a difference in 1 point or two. Sometimes it's even a tie. So these teams need to look at those small things, when to maybe thirst for a kill. Is it worth it or not? Do we play a spoiler to get a few more knocks outside of the zone? So all these things need to be factored in, right? So for example, healing strat, I actually find out, right, Hilo, very interesting. Some players are just really crap at healing. They waste the first aids when they are just needing to tank, and they use the first aid when you can just tank for 5 more seconds before popping a first aid. So stuff like that is something that we want to see. You know what else we want to see? A little bit of a hot drop. Look at Georgia Pool is a little bit more busy compared to yesterday.
Yeah, I think this really speaks to the fact that this playing path, right, does favor those teams who initially did like to drop over in Georgia Poll, like Come Over, like Optic, like IND that we saw previously in the group stage, in the preliminary stage, for some of them dropping over in that compound specifically, but having that open to them again, having this kind playing pass straight through the middle, it does allow these teams to drop where they like. And the other point that really does speak to me, though, on the flip side of this, is that zone has gone down to the southwestern side. And more notably, it's got A, water as part of it, so there's going to be less space to move for these teams. And B, it's going to be still on that South Island. So the choice is still very much there for those teams. And I think particular teams to be controlling that western bridge, that point between the two sectors of Erangel itself.
It's a very tricky zone because I can see the two things that might be happening. One, the teams that are dropping on the southern island may need to think, do I cross this bridge or not? Or do I just settle, around here? How do they keep their options open, right? So that's number one. Two, a lot of these teams who love to go around the Milita side or whatnot would need to think whether they want to come through farm into the circle or first go through the eastern bridge, then through the military base island, then get to the other side of the zone. So it comes down to a little bit of prediction, but nonetheless, it's down to all these small things, the scouting, right? The timing of rotations, right? Do you want to tank a little bit more to keep your options open, then slowly work your way in, or you want to just charge towards that center?
And I think as well, a player that I would like to highlight here coming through, we saw them already over in the school and the apartment sector, was Impulse. In particular, when it comes to Erangel, Impulse for Red Island was really doing work. And if we take ourselves back to game number 1 of yesterday in the finals, where Impulse was the one to get multiple squad wipes in a very, very tricky zone, to be able to get Red Island to that second position, just shy of the chicken dinner, which K9 did eventually, of course, pick up. But albeit this player, when he stays alive towards the end of the zones, can be felt by all of the teams around them.
And I think it's that domino effect that we talk about, right? Like losing 1 or 2 teammates or even 3 doesn't mean it's over. It requires you to have that, mental, stability, emotional control. And that is probably the most important, area of skill of a player. If you can't set those things up to kind of convince yourself to still play your best, then you just really are missing out on opportunities. And like you mentioned, Impulse and the rest of Red Island really showing that strength that is really, really important in any sport, right? So that is something that makes me feel like I want to root for them, but they're not the only team. We've got multiple teams who can do the same. So many players who can still carry through. And for example, Captain from K9SF can really just hold it down under pressure as well. Same for, of course, the Darkness squad. Any player on that squad seems to have this ability as well.
I think as well, in terms of abilities, when you think about rotations here in the game, where do you look at on that zone? Well, you look actually towards Primorsk here, Tarzan, because keep in mind, Primorsk, home to the boats here, which means if it needs to come to it, teams can rotate over to that Sevnovka military base. They can actually decide to move over to that coastal line just on the south of the military base if need be as well. Although, do keep in mind, if it goes staying towards the northwestern end of military base, they will have to tank a little bit of that zone to get back into it and back into safety. But albeit the rotation, something that I think teams have been lacking upon on deciding if that is an option. And really that would have helped him. And not only here, but I think across multiple matches and something in future going over to Sanhok as well, I would expect teams to be able to pick up.
It's not an easy skill, right? And mindset to tune into. Like a lot of teams and players that I know just don't consider it as an option proactively. It's more like a plan C, right? Not even plan B, it's like a plan C, right? But you are completely correct. I think Primos is strong for that, but if it ever shifts away, it may be a bit tricky. Maybe another option for this rotation would be Therapy, as the name suggests. But I think the most important thing, right, is knowing to check whether there's a boat. And when you are using a boat, you have to be even more proactive, because if you are making that rotation when the coastal lines are getting congested already, it's so easy to die from a boat explosion. And the other thing, and the last thing for this rotation mentality, is that you have to land on the part of the other side of the map where you can still assess cars. Like otherwise, you're just on feet, like on foot, it's just not going to work, right? So when it comes to rotating maybe down south, you want to wrap all the way around and then enter and land on the very south side where you can still assess some of those compounds and main roads where you can maybe find some vehicles for that late game.
And this zone really, I think, quite interesting in terms of the fact that it's not just the south that has a few different decisions that teams can make, but also north side, as you can see there, come over teams from George Paul rotating down. But more notably, the stopper there that come over were being against those squads coming down from the top side of Erangel, because that bridge is so tricky to control. And I think the Everest here going into phase one, depending on if that zone does, instead of moving down south, moves up north, could be a position that teams have looked, particularly to overlook then around Headshot Hills to move down into the section of ruins. It all depends where this zone will go, but that is another spot on the map that these teams could potentially go for. And I would like to see some teams contest around high ground. It's something that I like Red Island are doing, because vision is going to be so important when there are so many different decisions and opportunities that teams can take.
And I quite like the position of 21 Blackjack, because you did mention these power positions, high ground, whatnot. I think sometimes we talk about the idea of having a game-winning rotation or to take a very game-winning spot. I think in this type of circle, you want to be, like just based on pure analytics, closer to that coastline. So if it ever shifts either side, you can be in the middle and be one of the first teams to make to the next strong spots, right? Otherwise, you just need to go through so many teams. And I think this is the strength of this position. And there's now a little bit contention between two teams who desperately need points. 21 Blackjack and Conquer UK are in this area.
Keep in mind that Conquer UK, 21 Blackjack, these are literally the two bottom teams realistically here to contest up against each other. And I really do feel that 21 Blackjack, this could be their time, or Conquer on the other hand, to equally knock one down further, but also destroy the mentality of the other team, of whoever wins here, because this spot in the zone is going to be so important, especially as you can see that zone continuing there to stay for the most part still on that South Island. So overlooking that bridge around this compound, around also I think as well where Arena 51 are, as you can see on this zone, these two spaces going to be so crucial for teams, and where teams moving down from the north will look to try to contest.
It's a very, very tricky zone. I think as we see Primos having IDN come in, if I were them, I would actually, right, it's just my way of playing it. I would actually wait for the next zone to pop, right? Whilst I know that I need to first assess how many boats there are. Okay, then I also try to take a spot to the east of Primos to keep an eye towards the Zender zone, but then I'm going to tank a little bit and then make my move immediately upon the next circle popping, because you don't want to commit to either side too much and give it up on the other option. You want to keep some of those options open so you don't bite yourself in the bottom, right? And so that is one way that I see it, but you know what? Maybe they're better than me. They've got that crystal ball. They know how to predict it. But this coastline is definitely going to be very congested.
Do you know what I feel like as casters? We are like looking. Do you know those like snow globes that you get where you get like the snow and you shake it? We're watching all of these teams in the snow globe, and we're just like shaking it with the zone. We're just completely destroying the hopes as these zones once again show up really tough for these squads to have to go up against. And there you can see around their APOs, we did say Arena 51 controlling this position already. One of these core spots that squads are going to look controlled, but not only because of the coastal line, because just north of it, where you can actually see INDR controlling, as you like to say, Wrangle 2.0, that hilltop just above, so strong in terms of making a stand and also having knowledge that up towards north, where it is slightly more open, facing Gatka fields as well.
Yes, and that's definitely one spot to play, right? But when it comes to this other position, I kind of want to bring our attention to Concrete UK's position. They drop very close to this area, so I'm a bit concerned for them when it comes to the availability for cars. And we also saw the Luters and K9SF trying to go for something wider. You said like keeping options open, so they're tanking the blue a little bit to first try to go through that eastern bridge to come into the southern island. That is another good play when it comes. It's textbook white rotation, I should say. But you know, up to this point of the game, with only lost 2 players, one team started as a trio, so it's going pretty well. I think every team respect each other's position, knowing how to, you know, not play too risky. And I think it's a very good way to start the game and a very good indicator of the level of today's lobby.
Well, you expect it to be the highest level, definitely, when you come into the finals of any tournament here. And the fact that we still have all 16 teams alive, I don't think we've seen anyone actually drop out of the game. Everyone still should have their squads, or if albeit unfortunately only a trio, to begin this first day off. But that also speaks to you that every single team fight, when you start getting this close together, already now popping into phase number 3, it is going to be so explosive to watch.
And you can see that eastern rotation coming through from K9SF. Let's hope they've made the right bet, and they have. And that circle will go towards the southern island more than anything, and we are going to see so much fishies in that water and a lot of bridge action. And then I think OG, this is time for them to position accordingly to know. They shouldn't say, oh, we're good here, we've got the spot. No. If you want to frat like Darkness and many other squads, you go to that coastline at least, right, to farm some of those fishes, eat them up for that nutrition, as well as getting some control over that bridge.
Gonna get some brain food on here. Grab that omega-3 because it's come over looking like they could be popped by IDN. But Snowix as well. Keep in mind, come over. They've already lost one. Not in a good position here for them. Is they do need to be careful that they are pinned against the water. IDN has slightly more room to control to move back upon if need be. And it will be Snowix getting knocked down. Here comes the support, but that vehicle, that Jeep, looks like it could smoke up if it isn't going to be a good rotation in. But thankfully, they do get inside of it. This dip is going to be the only thing that protects them, though, because keep in mind that all around them, it still is so open. The smokes are still going to be the name of the game.
And I think as a retired IGL, there's only 2 ways that you can approach this, and you need to basically say it upon the circle popping. You just say, 1, we either swim early, but if we get contested, if we, you know, come into a fight, we would just need to take the fight, win the fight, use those resources, and come into the bridge late. Like, there's only 2 ways to play this, and if you're late on the swimming or the boatation, you're essentially dead, right? So the other way that you need to force yourself into is to tank a little bit, find a time to enter the bridge and stab whatever team's on there from behind. But look at that beautiful nade from Stones with that double knot, and that's IDN down to 1 player.
This is just IDN getting classed by Come Over, but also this zone that has pinned him away. Magnamoka, unfortunate for them, but IDN, they should be the ones coming out first. He does find the knockout onto Golden, can't find a second. The zone should knock Lisa down as well, might get Fad Painkiller through in time. Does look like they did. Oh no, will be the play zone. Catching up to Lisa's. We do see a catch up indeed. But this is where also teams can be caught out on rotations, because Cyrax, with being one of the teams through to the coastal line initially, being one of those squads on the southbound initially, they can take control, take so many kills here, because this is Red Island, a squad that have to, at the mercy of the zone and Cyrax, hope that they can just survive.
I think you can see very clearly what you can do and what advantage you can get yourself if you can cross the water quicker, right? But the problem is, I think Cyrax is just quick in their swimming, right? They're just trained in competitive swimming almost. That's why they can do that. But at what cost? Look at that hard shift, man. It goes all over to the southwestern side. So all these fishes, yes, fine. You swim quick, you can spray a few down, but then how to rotate and now? Where are our cars? And that is why some of these teams may consider going for a wider rotation, and they even still tank that blue if they've got the resources. Otherwise, you may just end up in this position. We will see a lot of running and gunning.
Keep in mind as well, Five Threads are one of those squads controlling the high ground of the mountains as well, as you can see them making their way up to the top alongside OG, which you can also see the road there around the routes to the top of that hill. Going to be so tricky to navigate across because there's no real compounds or hard spaces that teams can take control of. There's only going to be a few buildings scattered around, in the difficulty of the terrain where you actually see such differences between high and low ground. Whoever can control the high spaces first and whoever gets that quicker rotation in will actually be stronger for the most part to the end of the game. And it is that decision then, if you're not going to make it, do you go for kills, which you can see Darkness once again just finding two. Farok makes it look so darn easy, but as they go back into swimming formation, Waraz now comes out of the shadows and looks to try find one back in return. Instead, we'll just face over for the support.
And Farrak is just so smart on that one. Like, you would expect them to die based on that gatekeeping, you know, like Conquer UK. I thought they have a position, but Farrak went wide and just found that small bit of land that he stood up and delivered a double knock. And Senso maybe not as well, but we need to first look at that weak side. Back against the center circle is how many of these players have been losing their lives.
This is where the chaos really is. You can see that Smoke will put up just for defense against Dark. Just can see how scared and defensive Conqueror are playing as that grenade lands onto one, eliminates one through. Waraz is once again down to his lonesome, but it is all of Darkness up, and it's going to be Waraz getting knocked, getting taken out of the game. In Darkness, they once again show up.
Oh, I thought that's where Darkness fell, but no. They had the way in. They kind of just in a position of disadvantage, but still tear down the other team. That's Conquer UK maybe choking a little bit as well, but as you know, like there's always more pressure coming through. Farah, after a good play, will lose his life to those high ground. What else would you expect? I think that is just the circle itself, right? But like, I think we should still have hope on that squad in terms of their ability in grabbing some of these points.
This is a strength for Five Threads as well. Also having that ridgeline in between them, they actually have a little bit of safety because those ridgelines act as blockades against gunfire from other teams overlooking them. As you can see on the other side, the other team taking high ground on that eastern end is going to be Cyrax, but for them, it is not going to be the blockade of the same effect, realistically. You're only going to have high ground for Vision this time because it is going to be Conquer. It is going to be also Optic, who do have control of the buildings, which does make it a little bit trickier also for Cyrax to find those picks for teams running through out of the blue zone into that open space.
And Optics considered very lucky right now because they are just on foot coming into the outskirts of a set of compounds, but no one sprayed them down, right? I think that is like the thing that we couldn't really predict when it comes to these type of chaotic circle. As we see, we're just down to 10 teams and 25 players. That is just a chaotic series of fight, and we will have the shift away from the compounds now. So that is these teams getting tested more and more.
We knew it would be chaos here when we saw the 16 and the teams on the top left, when we saw that zone go so hard to the south, but didn't expect it to be this chaos, as it will be so much given to us already in the first game alone. This PUBG Mobile Finals is just shoving chaos down our throats by the spoonful here, Tarzan. As you can see, Conqueror make that rotation in, but decisively and unfortunately here just goes straight into the tree. That's going to cost them, so surely as that vehicle has been smoked, has been blown up, Conqueror fall down in 8th position, and there too, also to the blue zone, struggling. The Looter is on their movement in 5 threats to losing ones, and also Cyrex to K9.
I think it's will be these teams on that western side that can get a little bit more advantage just because of landscape and high ground, and you can see the lack of cover leading up to that western side, and the OG will be relying on this pocket position for now, but then they really need the gods of PUBG to bless them so that they don't have to breach that high ground.
TC take cover. This is their point in the game where, as you say, the Western squad, they are it. And they could take this chicken dinner. They go 0 kills, so keep in mind. So we are going to need to wake up a little bit here in the first match. They are going to have to take control of their position and take advantage of their position. Instead to, though, keep in mind, one of these teams down originally in the bottom were 21 Blackjack, but with teams dropping left and right, Malum is picking up the points.
And that is so important. Like, we talk about the ability to play as a solo or duo and still grab some points. And the 6th position, of course, there's quite a few points to go, and look at that circle not in his favor once again. But look at K9 just doing work already. A 2-2 split, 2 to establish anchor point, the other 2. They somehow just find a way around it. Full team up, and then they just found these positions to hold it down. So I don't know how, but I need to maybe speak to them at some point and even try to, bribe them into showing me a little bit of the recording so I can maybe learn a thing or two as well.
This is K9 judging through that zone going towards the south end. Keep in mind they did go through the eastern bridge, so they did dodge out these teams. They were coming in from the eastern end, which was always going to be quiet based on all of those members and all of those squads down initially on the southwestern front on that western bridge when we were in that phase 3 point, and that's why they have had such success going through into this zone, as you can expect that to be the case. But take cover. They have found 1 onto 5 threads as I continue to talk here. Blab away as we wait for these kills to come through. As OG, they finally wake up to. They will be able to take 1 onto Optic. They look like they'll struggle to enter into the zone. And all the meanwhile, while these teams fight each other, Malum's still alive, but he does have that trickiest point of his rotation to go, crossing that road into the zone.
And it's so hard to play this title circle, man. Like, it's so much of the assessment of the landscape, playing what's in front of you, use those smokes, or if there's cars, right, then you need to use it, but it's unlikely for this type of zone, and Dragon X needs to find the position as he went out at 6. So that is great news for Malum, who has now got a spot on that edge.
Malum going to have to hold on for as long as he can, but for how much longer can he take 4th? His take cover will be aggressed on by 5 threads, but Yadam gets destroyed by Ultra, but Ultra too will be knocked by the other member of 5 threads. Said it will now be put 2 to 1v1, but with also the revives coming through, look like it will be set to the 2-on-2. It will be take cover with the shed inside the zone to protect them. But also keep in mind, 5 threads have the grenades, have utility still available as well to make sure that they can flush take cover out into a more difficult position.
Oh, it's just so tricky. Like, now it's coming down to that trigger discipline, using of cover, knowing when to shoot and do what. And we will have the next shift very soon. There will be a lot of running and gunning and third partying from long range.
The Atom is so low once again, doesn't think that they actually have the healing there, or not going to decide to use the healing because they have to be able to peek against Uno and Ultra on the edge of this blue as it does go away from all of these teams. This is the rotation that will be the most chaotic of them all. K9 immediately, as that zone shift, just wiped the floor there with Optic. 5 threats, they found one onto Ultra. They found Uno as well, and this could be take cover getting eliminated out in 4th. Microb going to be the only one, as all the meanwhile, K9 just say thank you very much and take their spot in the zone.
Yeah, it comes down to that preparation, man. Like, this type of zone really tests these teams, and they definitely has done a better job than the side of Darkness, and will happily take away their top spot. It would be great if they can also take a chicken dinner, because let's not forget, they got 2 chicken dinners yesterday, and both on this map.
This could be Darkness, or just say K9, excuse me, making their stand 3-4-3 over on Erangel as Malum has been spotted. Malum takes down Uno. Malum goes down in second, surely to this zone, or third, should I say, to this zone. As 5 threats going to be now the ones in around the midst of K9. Just drives in Captain, looking for the first onto Yatum, but won't find the off angle. Meanwhile, it was a distraction because here comes Roman. The entire squad of K9 find 5 threats. Yes, it will be a hat trick for K9 over on the Green Hills. They have been the first team as well to break with that chicken dinner win. 100 points this century, and they will beat out Darkness for the placement points.
Oh, very, very strong play. Like, I want to go back to having a map stream, maybe, if it's possible, to see how and when they rotate. And a full squad in that type of circle and win it as... mind-blowing. I really want to look at these data, and that really is my creative outlet, really. So I want to analyze that, and the small things in the end as well, right? Clearing one side out as a squad, then Captain to bait more shots to just get position, but enough to, get knocked but not get finished. So they've done everything they can to win the game, and that's what I love to see. And now it's getting harder to choose. Is it K9 or Darkness? I have part of myself want to say it's Darkness, okay? Because I feel like they're more like well-oiled machine that would just do that same thing in the good way they can. They take the most out of the situation, but K9 feels more like a momentum machine, right? So like if they have something that stopped them maybe next game, I feel like they may be a bit like low, but it's completely a gut feeling. So you know what? Just need to see how they play.
It will be able to see how they can play, but up to us to be able to break down the results after we have a little bit of a break, and we will be straight back with you in just a few minutes.
Yeah. Ready? Strap up. Yeah. We wanna have it. It's ready for what I'm pitching. Nothing but heaters is in the pick. I'm off from a distance like. About to get the drop on. Roll up with the squad on. How you gon' survive when we ride? You can't hide or behind. Trying to stall, but your time will come. Together better than riding alone. Stuck inside of the zone, but before we head home, I'm right with my scope, and never know where to go. Yeah, if I miss, I don't quit, so best stay with the zone. Yeah, coming at you like I got nothing to lose. Hey. Clearly I might be missing a couple screws. Call me the handyman, cause I'm known for carrying tools. Hey. Ain't a problem that I can't fix, please don't get it confused. Yeah. 6 million ways to try, which will you choose? Many hope to stop our team, but we refuse. Act like you want it, bitch. y'all get it. Winner, chicken dinner is about to get barbaric. Can't call marriage, I embrace pain and walk it on. Meanwhile, these cowards are praying, we call it all, never not at all. In it to win it, we'll keep trying. All the zones closing in and we're watching the sounds flying. No loud sirens coming to save you, you better forfeit. Artists with the shotty, I paint a picture that's pretty ugly, this ain't funny, but they nearly struck me too. They must be feeling lucky, spraying anybody that move. About to hit these dummies, get them money before they get you. Revenge is coming, take one of us, we'll take out your food. Bring it back. Enemies ahead, about to put her in it, they chapter. Survival of the fittest, the only mission that matters. My sharp as a dagger, my mama ain't raised a snacker. Coming in hot and heavy, the regular make them scatter. Made a pattern that's ready for what I'm preaching. Nothing but heaters, listen to pick them off from a distance. Saying, listen, got the drop on them. Roll up with the squad on them. Hey, how you gon' survive when we ride? You can't hide over. Try to stall, but your time will come. Yeah, we got the drop on them. Roll up with the squad on them, and we going hard. You survive the night, we ride. You tried to hide and run. Couldn't call, dog, your time is done.
Well, my name is Anto. My in-game name is 5T Anto. Like, my name is Anthony and my team is 5-3. I'm from France. I started playing PUBG 3 years ago, I guess. Yeah, with a friend. Well, at first that was just a casual game. Like, I was playing with my friends, like in classics and stuff. But I started playing more and more. Like, I met some friends and I met them in real life as well. So after every day of school, I was playing PUBG, like maybe for 3, 4, 5 hours a day. And when I started playing the competition, I was like addicted. So yeah. In my team, well, we were not a team before. We were just like friends, or we didn't even know each other. For like, I knew every of them, but like they didn't know each other. We just made the team for the PMNC, like because we all were French students and we were all like I won't say good, but like yeah, you understand. Well, my teammate, first of all, we have Yatem. She's our IGL in-game leader. She's one of the best female players. in the competitive scene. She was playing with Godsend before, like the best female team in EU. After we have Ryzen, 5T Ryzen. He's one of the fragger with me. Like, he's really good at the close range, like at close fights. After we have Soral, 5T Soral. Same, it's he's more support, like the supporter, but he's good at fragging as well. And at the end, we have Gianni, he's just like the sub. He's playing with when someone is missing or something like that. But he's really good as well. I don't hate anyone. Like, I wish them best of luck, and yeah, see you in finals.
They fight. They strive. They win. And they read. A lot. Those are the students that enjoy PUBG Mobile. Want to be one of them? Then join the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship. The whole world is watching. Show them what you're made of. Make your university or college proud by becoming a real hero. Because true heroes take action. Don't forget that.
Welcome back once again to the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship, where we just left off game number 1, where also K9 took it 3 for 3, the hat trick over on a Wrangle. But if you want to make sure, of course, you can get those wins on the board too, you can enjoy a super fast and lag-free PUBG Mobile experience on Xiaomi's powerful Redmi Note 10 5G in K9 Tarzan. He looks so dominant on these green hills. it is to see if anyone can take them down.
Oh, they really need to repeat that again and again if they need to win this against Darkness. But we started off with these crazy zones, right, that lead to this coastline play, and we see IDN is the first one to fall.
IDN McNamara, unfortunately, the player for them, one of the start players, I think, falling down last for them, getting put in 16th position, but so many teams of this zone was so difficult here. I think the hardest zone we've had, and that's saying something considering we have had pretty difficult ones so far in the finals, but having so many teams alive, all of them needing to come through on that coastal line, you could see the chaos it really did ensue from it. An air take cover, getting put down in fourth position, and really one of these star players of the game, Malum, finding his way through into third position ahead of everyone else. A team that were tied for second to last really did come up strong, just like K9, of course, who took that chicken dinner on top.
26 points to their backs, but Vithres also climbed up. Optic Gaming been struggling a bit, but they've reached that 10-point mark in this game, going on foot, finding that patience in a way to come in. 21 Blackjack, also a very much needed 12-point game.
This was so needed for them because, as we say, they really did only average 12 points out of the first 5 games already, picking up the same score that we got through 5 games of yesterday's set of games, but already in the first one alone today. And going into the next game, the 21 Blackjack, they must be really high on momentum at this point. They must be saying, look, we've already gotten the score we got in the previous day of matches. We can so get to the top if we can just make it that little bit further with the rest of our players.
Yes, but we also talk about how teams need to not only know how to bounce back when they're low, but need to manage when they are, high in spirit, because there's only that very hard to find fine line between aggressive play and disrespectful play, right? So the timed aggression is still much needed, the trigger discipline, time rotation, and stuff like that. We want to see from a squad like K9 for them to continue showing their dominance, and I think they are reaching a very good amount of points, probably leading those leaderboards, and we'll find out that point average as well per game, because it's now 6 games done out of 15 of this finals for the PMCC.
The fact that Vithres here as well, we heard Athos in the interview during the break saying how talented their roster is, and I think this is a squad that really should be a force to be reckoned with. Keep in mind, as he said so himself, Yasim coming through from the Godsend Sirens, and Godsend, an organization that were able to take them all the way through to the top to the PMGC last year. So going into this year, having a star player like that, she will be one to watch, and I think she will be the one here to hopefully bring Vithres up to that next level.
That is so great to see some female players in this ecosystem of the esports. They are very, very important in my career of casting, analyzing, and coaching. You see, they actually show a lot of important qualities as a sportsman, right? So it's just so important. Like the work ethic and all that stuff is sometimes really worth the recognition.
I mean, as you can see, recognition here, Vithres getting that second position, that is the way to do it, of course. But I think also you need to really think of Conqueror UK. What way can really Arena 51 esports take this up to the next level that they have to in these finals? Because these are 2 teams that really have, I think, struggled through many matches, and I think Conqueror UK more so here. You can see, I mean, only 3 points. It is harsh to keep on mentioning them, but when you can't even have one good game out of all 6 matches you played, now a wrangle 3 times so far in the competition, you really do wonder, what can they do?
I mean, it's going to be a really tricky one, and I think it's also tricky when it comes to how to manage the aggression, right, in the past game. And you can see, look at those kill counts, very even across the board. Roman, of course, leading with 5 kills, but then a bunch of players, I believe it's just more than 9, 10, maybe up to 15 of them getting 2 kills each. So the thing that we'll need to look at is some damage output, as well as those team stats that we are going to see very, very shortly.
And keep in mind, K9, both 5 reds making 3 players through to that kill count. But this 2 points apiece for so many players really does speak to what was happening with that zone, where teams left, right, and center were all looking to try find those kills where they could, because they all knew that that zone, as soon as it continued to make those hard shifts, even inside of the South Island, they all knew their days were numbered. They all knew that realistically it was kills or die. And as you can see, that damage being put into all of these players. 5 reds going to be the ones on top, with 3 players once again through into the top damage leaderboard.
Very, very good effort there. I mean, from those 3 players alone hitting around 1600 mark, and that shows like how they use their position on that western side in that later game to continuously fight their way through. And that's just a really, really good showing. It's just hard when it comes to that landscape. You get some knocks, you need to preserve your ammo and resources as well, and sometimes just hard to finish those kills.
I think Viperez, when they had that position over in top, they actually had a great spot to control, but we didn't have the greatest spot to really gatekeep those teams once they did get closer to them. And that is why you saw K9 realistically just having that also better position when they took control of the zone. They got a little bit too close for comfort for 5 threats. But saying that 5 threats, they do increase their position by 5 points on this leaderboard, and at least close his gap a little bit towards Darkness, although that is a light-hearted way of putting it, considering still how large a gap that is between those 2 top teams on that standing so far. Already, but one of them over 100-point mark, and the other one just a few points away, and still 5 res in third to make it past even just 60 points.
And look at the point separation as well. 49 points is the point that Come Over has at 4th position. Then we have on 11th, Optic with 38. So 11 points to separate, quick maths there, 8 teams. And that's half of the lobby. You know, if you think about the difference in the prize money that you're going to take home after this finals, that is really a situation where every single point counts more than you think.
Yeah, it's going to be dropping so fast, just like points in game there. The further you fall, the less money you're going to be able to pick up. And it really will, I think, come down to the wire, because this is being Darkness K9. I think at the top, because consistently they have been having good results in the games. But on the other side of things, the rest of these teams, they all look so dominant in their own rights in different stages, in different matches, because it has been, say, one team making it to the top in one game, and then suddenly they get overtaken by another squad that just suddenly moves up 5, 7, 8 places in the leaderboard, and you're right back to square number one again. All of these teams so close together.
It's just tricky. I think they need to still find a balance between 2 school of thoughts when it comes to tournament that leads to some discrepancy when it comes to the prize money. One, you just need to see every game as its own, right? You just play your best game for that single game, but then when you're going to the later stages where those small things matter, you need to start looking at forming strategies to maybe hunt down and cause damage to a particular team to really bring those extra 100 and 200 euros into your own pockets.
Well, this playing path isn't going to be so kind to these teams this time around. Most, if not all, of the high space going to be out of commission. And in particular here, when you think about that line, I'm going to do my own little bit of homework here. I would say that line is just going to be around the San Martin, going straight down the center here for these teams. Not going to be able to really land any further in that. And then when you think about that space just above San Martin, it was so contested in so many games. Happy ended a Patron, where we saw so many teams fight early on in the first 2 games. Yesterday, on Miramar, but not going to be the case this time around.
Really tricky. Like, just draw that line from Graveyard to maybe just the bottom of El Pozo. That's where we're going to expect these teams to be with that parachuting skills. If they really want to go into San Martin, they really need to open those parachutes very early on and then float in. It's hard because that plateau on Picado or San Martin Hill, that extra bit of elevation makes it harder to glide past. So, like, all these things we need to see from these teams, and we first have a southern circle. So it's not too bad, Highland Wolf, but meaning that these teams probably need to meet each other pretty early on the circle with the southern small island in play as well.
I think this is actually a very fair circle to be squad, because although it does look a little bit scary, this is basically a spitting image of what we saw in game number 4 yesterday. And then when you think about, well, it's a replay of yesterday's match, how are teams going to improve from one day to the next? And you do think about IDN versus Optic in that matchup just outside of El Pozo, not El Pozo, Los Leones rather, because this compound, the first time around yesterday, Optic Gaming were the ones getting crushed by IDN in a turnaround where Optic Gaming looked like they had the fight. But can Optic Gaming take it to IDN this time around?
I think it's about prioritizing rotation as well. They tried it the other. It's just so volatile, like, to fight in the city like this. But we first have something else as well. K9, if they haven't got enough points, they will also take one right here in that early game. And but at least we started with 16-4 teams. So it's something that we love to see, right? But speaking of early game, I've got a little bit of stats, right, from a laboratory. Not really, I've been stealing data, but this current patch, right, Highland Wolf, the M249, what people also call as a squad wiper, has become a spawn weapon. And you can actually put a mag on it and make it all the way to a 150 round mag, and it's just crazy to think
That's
about.
Not even funny.
It's not even funny, but they did do some balancing when we talk about patching in these video games. They made it a little bit less OP, right? But the other thing that actually changed the dynamics of yesterday's game is some of those early pistol fights. They've buffed some of these pistols, right, and increased their headshot damage multipliers. So these things are lovely. I think this is very, very key to reward some of these players who can land those shots in these early game weapons when they don't have their automatic spray guns. So like those, like Deagle are better. The R1895, that revolver that we really, really hate, has increased the firing rate as well. So all these small things can really change up these early games. But you know what? We kind of don't want to see it at the same time, because if you've done their studying, if they've done the homework in, parachuting and scouting at the same time, you don't have to force yourself into these early fights.
I mean, I do love myself some early fights, only because one of my favorite things to see in fights is when you watch a squad, they walk through a door, and then on the other side of that door is a player with a shotgun, and you just blow the smithereens out of the entire team. That is what I love to see.
Oh, speaking of shotgun, I think it'll be very interesting to see some in here as well. And maybe in Sandhawk, I mean, that DBS is so strong, and maybe people can use that a little bit more. I actually have seen players who held it for the end game, because there's not a lot of squad wiping weapons, right, that reward you so much, per tap or per round, and that is just a very underrated, a weapon. And I think when it comes to weapon and loadout as well, exactly, like there's so many ways, and that is, you made a point there. Like I think players need to start, pulling away from over relying on the loadout to factor into their confidence in taking fights, right? Like I once was told by someone that one good way to practice the game is to just pick up the first two weapons, whether it's a pistol or a shotgun, and you finish the game with those two weapons. That can teach you how to rotate according to the resource and loadout that you have, and that really changes things, because we see those in the mid-late game as well, how teams have formations according to their roles, who gets that Kar 98 or the new Mosin, those M24 bolt action, because he's just a sniper player, right? How about positioning yourself also differently if you're holding a shotgun, right? So, but we may not see that a lot at this current meta, especially not on this map.
I mean, not on Miramar, right? We hope, we have dreams in our sleeve every night about seeing a shotgun warfare on Miramar, but it is just too open. Maybe on Sandhawk later. Maybe in the Grassy Snakes, do we see a shotgun warfare come out in the late game? I would love to be seeing that. I would not be opposed to that, but I would also love to see teams take control of Chumacera, because Chumacera was so often contested and was contested yesterday by teams once again, but this time around, no one seems to want that compound.
They at least grab that church, right? And that is Optic Gaming way to set up the pacing of this phase one. And I do like it. That is them coming over from Los Leones to maybe get into that point. But we'll first have a little bit of early clash between two teams that desperately need points. I will need to think, right? Is it IND's dominance from the preliminary stage that will give them more favor? Or is it the experience coming from Conqueror UK?
Well, Conqueror, Danoka, such a strong player in their own right, have been through PMCOs, have been through multiple professional scenes, and can and has the potential to lead the rest of this talented roster through to the end and bring them back up to the top. You can see will be one getting caught out by also Darkness, make it the second onto Red Island, and TL, the looter, is finding one themselves. Red Island going to move their own little way down in closer to the zone. They will escape, but will lose 2 players off the back of it, as it will be there to Conqueror edging up. Senso going to be knocked by McFries on the off angle. The rock protects McFries from harm, from pre-fire out of Conqueror there to return one back, as Sensor will be firsted out. Back down to the trio we go. Can Conqueror this time around have success? No, they don't. Still find McFries, and this off-angle player only going to be a distraction, because while 12 and WoW has looked for McFries, you've left a solo in between 2 players. In between 3 players, actually, should I say, realistically here, Danoka, who has to pull off the miracle fight. And now, with only 40 bullets, has to go back upstairs, just trying to play for time. But IND, they don't want any of this. They're going through as far as they can, as quick as possible. They're going to chuck a grenade out onto the back. Not going to find Danoka. Will chip them down just a little bit. Danoka going so low. And inside the compound itself, Danoka really does look like this could be the end of the road. Molotov just going to keep him where he stands. And they move upstairs, wait for the clip. They go in together. They just find one. They find potentially a second. Danoka can't quite find it, though. The door just proving a little bit too much. Not enough bullets in the clip. Danoka goes down.
Well, that is McFry's angle, stopping the support to come in for Conqueror. Danoka tried, right? They tried to buy time or whatnot, but the angles from the rest of his squad is not sufficient. But you can also see those small things where McFry's actually knocked and finished Senso. He keeps spraying through that buggy. That reminds me of one thing. If I were him, right, and I have all the time in the world, I would think this, right? I would let Senso bleed out. I would smoke the buggy and maybe use it for my own escape. Because if you just blow that up, McFries was just stuck behind that rock, right? But that fight not really concluded yet, but they are still stuck, with each other. And we are now on the other side of the map. We'll first have the side of Come Over getting a finish with that bolt action rival onto the side of Take Cover.
It will be Darkness moving their way in through to the chase over onto IDM, but IDM don't want any of this. Unfortunately, Magnamorca gonna have to be serving up 1 kill, the sacrifice for the rest of the team to escape. But it does hurt to be losing your life still once again early on. Magnamorca not having the day, not having the showing that they would like, but at least IDN, they stay alive, or Team IND, should I say, stay alive here, and they will be able to continue their way through into the rest of this match. But it's going to be in control of positioning here, Tarzan. Where do these teams look for positioning at this moment on? Because Phase 2 has hit. Is the high ground once again down to the south where we look for?
Oh, and McPrice also trying to do more work before they have to move. But at what price, right? Like they just need to rely on these loot that they can find in the players that they killed and start thinking about the next spot. Because I know, right, this team can show some like very, very strong games and fights, but the macro sense is sometimes lacking still, because you can see this type of landscape around the hills with ridgeline, high ground with some control and info all around are preferred in this map and in this circle, but they need to first go through each other. Shot stops and scouting, all that stuff. IDN not having the game of that they want so far, and they're down to 2 players, I believe. Another one knocked, I think, is just last one standing. And you're facing none other than Cyrex, the team that is so aggressive.
Cyrax, they find 1-3, easy one through from IDN, and this is just IDN moving in and struggling for a space in the zone, being one of these final players or one of these final teams to make it into safety. One of these final duos here, though, to stay alive is going to be 12 and Waraz to make their descent down. They seem to somehow have actually dodged out the threat of IND, and they will get through back into safety quicker than them. Surprising, though, the way that they have gone on foot. At least it will protect them, though, from the buggy. Because of how crazy that terrain was, it means they can't chase them down with the vehicle, so it does buy them that little bit of extra time, but still going to be a long route into zone. You can see that zone has shifted so far over to the southwestern end, just even with Valdemar still intact. And it'll be up to see how these teams look to control this high ground, especially on that western front. That is where you really do think teams will be so desperate to keep in control.
Very interesting circle. I love a Legulera finish, especially when you have that main road to dissect the size of the circle. It's like a 40-60 situation, more the 60 on the right side of that road on the mini-map, but I think this is a chance for Takeover and come over to really make a break for themselves. But they need to do one thing very properly, is to know that they have the priority to the surrounding landscape. They have the control at a good spot in the circle. They need to expand the splitters a little bit so that they can hold down this position without getting challenged from all these teams that need to flow in on this hard shift.
Take cover. They have the tools. They have the zone in their hands. Same with cover B, as you say, to see if they can handle that heat, though, because there is so many teams, still all 16 teams alive in this match to make their way into safety for phase 3 once again. But surely that number will begin to drop, as there you can see Conqueror moving up against even more on the bottom right of your screen. Gonna have to be another fight, as you can edging, looking for that position. All the meanwhile, Cable is going to be first down for Optic. There goes your main carry player. In Optic, they're going to have to carry without the damage output player.
Ooh, and I think that is just teams not knowing this part of the map well enough. And whenever you arrive somewhere, you need to have this mentality of setting up, right? I've spoken to some world-class analysts or whatnot, and I actually have that observation as well, is when someone's arrived somewhere, the setup is slow and they just get caught, right, within the maybe half a minute of them arriving a spot. And we can see this type of neutral fight. I don't think the last player of IDN and Beaster from Optic Gaming expect to find each other here, but they just need to duke it out right now.
This is between if Beast they can keep this in control, because Hackshot is nowhere to be seen in this fight, nowhere to be seen in this congestion, in this 1v1, because they are on the opposite end of the road. They were with Cable when Cable did fall down, which does put them in that tricky position. Controlling that staircase, so Beast knows better, hopefully knows better here than to walk up into Daddy's open arms, as that will be them on the first floor. Just going to keep safe for now and keep control of this position.
Oh, and a tricky 1v1 here, and they need to start thinking about the cost, right, of this. If they take it, if they just risk it, what happens on the next rotation? As you can see, is not going to be so hard for them to slowly edge in, but they just need to find the perfect dip or one cover, because look at that high ground to Silver Legulera. very, very controlling. And all these teams on that western side will need to leave that hill and start to cross this road.
In our center, though, come over on the high ground, really do look so strong, Tarzan. They've got so much space, so much vision around them, and you do think that this could be the team once again to take it. They've already taken one chicken dinner. They were the ones to do it in yesterday's center of the match. You can see Beaster, they move upstairs, look for Daddy as well, but this will be Daddy actually on the retreat, not going to be able to contest so well against it. Now that it will be Optic upstairs, Beaster somehow, some way did get up those staircase, did get that kill, and that will be Optic safe for now. Still a duo. Not so much can be the same for said though for OG, as you are feeling the pain there from Komora's strength of that positioning, and they will struggle a little bit more to make it through towards the center. K9 though as well in that strong position in the zone, overlooking their second place team 5 threats, and this could be a volatile matchup if anything.
Very volatile, not just based on the matchup, but based on the landscape. They are still on this west side of this main road, and we have Ryzen actually sent to the other side first. So this is a proactive rotation coming from 5 threats, and then K9 need to know what it means to hold this low ground compound. They are kind of safe for now, but they kind of need to rely, on themselves to look at the center zone, think about the next possible spot, because I just think it's likely that this circle will shift away from them, so both them and 5 threats will be put to the test.
Yeah, I think a position like where 21 Blackjack actually controlled is much stronger because you still have the safety of walls behind you, but you can still look over that death, that choke point there, realistically, between one valley, well, in the valley from one mountain to the next, as you can see K9 going to, as you say, have to rely on that zone, I think, to still stay in their hands, to still be allowing them to have members, have players walk into them and be able to fish out kills from there. But as well, I do fear for 5 threats because, as you can see, Malum and 21 Blackjack's positioning just directly straight on top of them. Risen will get knocked there by also Rose inside of the zone, so it does mean that down to just a trio. They at least still keep their player inside the zone safe for now.
Still very, very tricky. We've lost 3 teams already, and of course, actually before IDN, which we watched how they took the 15th place, unfortunately it was Concrete UK that went out first, so continuing a little bit of a struggle in here. But we have the Sort of Darkness who needs to make some sort of rotation because these hills are so punishing based on the slope. The slope is so huge that it takes so much longer to rotate through. So Darkness, a team that we complemented based on how they can play off a position. Now playing that edge, they really need to find a way in, and I think this is not going to be easy. If they can pull this off, they are a really, really promising squad. But the new circle pop, it'll go over to come over as they whisper that to the gods of PUBG for that zone. They need to find a way to hold it down as the only team in the circle. No, OG found the spot. Look at this side of that. The west side is going to be so tricky for K9 as well as 5 threats.
That west side, you might say, Tarzan, a player here might say, maybe not yourself because you would know better, I hope. That looks like the off angle. It looks like teams could be safe there, but the problem with that western side is you can see Revolution students going up against a 1v1. I need to hold that fort because McRise is now going to be the only one here. 5 threats moving their way in. Yatim and Amphro to be spoiler from behind that fight, but what we are trying to say is the fact that that western side so open there, so low down, teams aren't actually this time around going to be able to look for that off angle into the shifter zone. They're still going to have to go up against these fights on the eastern front, which, as you can see, Arena 51 up against 21 Blackjack. They are unfortunately going to suffer, though. Bimba will be able to find that one through, and that will be another 3 kill going towards him. 21 Blackjack hold off for now as OG and now also Darkness face up against each other. Dragox and the rest of them, Annie for the winning co. This trio need to hold up against the second place squad. Looks so dominant here. There's also 5 threats. Take one of K9. Captain going to be completely firted out of this game. 5 threats with the better rotation. Gatekeep them for now.
Oh, and Tesla just need to grab some points. What do we say about this team? And this circle is doing just so much work for these other teams who don't want to see K9 and 5 Thread take those prize money, as we see Tesla the last one standing, and with the beautiful finish and throw a little bit of styling, right? From that interview now into this game to just run over the last player of the current rank 1 of this PMCC.
21 Blackjack as well, ascending their way to the top. But this is all about control, and this is about how exactly can Come Over maintain that control. Because we talked about it at the start of the PMCC. When teams get to the final moment, sometimes they lose that control. And if Come Over can just hold on to that control itself, they should be able to take this game to the win. You do imagine they have such a good lead and such a good position ahead of everyone else, as Arena 51 do just meet the open arms of OG, and they too will then turn their attention back with that kill over to Darkness, who as well, outside the zone, alongside OG, both need to make that entrance in. 5 Threads as well find one of 21 Blackjack. Yadam looking for that grenade. This could be the double. This could be the juicy one. Straight down onto Bimber. Hermanes goes way too wide though. Unfortunately, they will miss out.
And I think there's time to find that balance once again. 20 seconds on the clock, and they need to balance between fighting and rotating. 21 Blackjack need to slowly work their way up as well, and you can see the trigger discipline coming from Enthel as well. Just that split across that edge on the southwestern side from 5 Threads, trying to get as much info as possible to safeguard the rotation into this phase 6.
Cyrax, they move in aggressively, looking for that extra position. Darkness won't be able to find him for now. Neither will 21 Blackjack, as they will at least look for one, though, on the other side. But it will be 21 Blackjack finding 5 Threads onto Anfo. Cannot find as well. Come over Lisa. It will be Estelle though to fall, so it will still be 1-0 for the red squad as they look to keep their position. But it is only red. It is a bloodbath over these sandy dunes, and it is only going to get even more crazy. Yatum will be knocked once again. They're a second onto 5 Threads by Blackjack. They are showing up strong. 4 kills already, bursting into the fray, looking for kill number 5. They will find it. Yatum goes down.
And I think that's a brilliant play from 21 Blackjack, or maybe a little bit of choke from 5 Threats, because they know they are there. That's where Yatum got that knock and tried to finish with a nade, but then they just got swiped and swept from behind. And then that is 21 Blackjack doing what they know they need to do, right? They don't want to beat someone on their edge. They would try to wrap around and stab them from behind, and they got the job done. We're down to 7 teams and 16 players.
Blackjack have literally just doubled their kill points from what I just spoke about. They are now on 8 here going into this next phase, Tarzan. This would be a massive win for them if they can take it to that victory. But that is a big if, as it is so insane on this other side. That is why you don't go into the dangerous ridge lines. Darkness just play OG like a fiddle, as they will continue to move their way further into zone, patiently, quietly waiting. They know they can't aggress up. They know that they have to wait for some form of fighting to begin. That could be the knock they need, but Hermano stays up too long. Yes, they find Lisa, but it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade, and now it will be Malum to come in. Bimber, sorry, should I said come in for the support. Malum going to overlook, but all meanwhile, there is still TL. There still is take cover here on the downside. There is still 2 more squads in the fray, in the background.
And Darkness just work their way in as well. Just look at them, just looking on the outside, playing that ridge line, very calculated, and helping each other come in. Tornado getting so many of those kills, just trying to overwatch his teammates' weak side. But we will first have a little bit of the action here, because 21 Blackjack needs to make a way in, and they would decide to first breach the area of control by Come Over.
This could be a mass grenade if it flies through into that window onto Golden Snow Eggs. It would be up to 21 Blackjack. See if it can land it. Yes, it does. Lands onto Snow Eggs. Almost takes down Golden alongside it. Lisa is now going to be the one on her own. Even more grenades. Explosives chucked into the fray. Going to knock help down. Snow Eggs as it will be back straight down to the solo. Then will only be Leafs to be fast out through the smoke. They find it. 21 Blackjack into double digits. 11 kills already on the board for them. Darkness, all the meanwhile, overlooking, setting their sights onto the Luderers, who still hold firm. Take cover as well as the duo outlive their way to the top 4.
And I think this is great from the Luterus, but they are just finding that spot to not need to fight, but they need to face it after all. But this is an improvement coming from them. A team that lacked a lot of placement points in the past phases of the game. But Take Cover also comes in and try to join this party.
Take cover. They will need to take cover from the rain. The party that is going to come through for 21 Blackjack. TL put down to the 1, put back up to the duo though, as Switch has been revived, but Darkness, they are coming from either angle. They're looking to choke this one out, as it will only be the airdrop to save them for some blockade against the pink death train that is coming for them. TC on the other end, they could find Farah, but won't find anything for now. It will only be Darkness eliminating Switch and taking down TL and 4th. Eyes now set onto the other squad here on the outskirts. Microb going to be on their own as that zone moves away from everyone. 21 Blackjack going to also lose one as Farah steps up onto Malum. Only going to be Hermanos now as the solo player. For them, it is a 2-on-2-on-2 in Darkness. Somehow, some way back into double digits. 11 kills for them also. 21 Blackjack, Darkness are up together, and it is this 2v2 battle, the final way, the final fight. Who will be the one on top?
And Darkness is just so good in these final circles. They did not choke, did not tunnel vision. Farrak single-handedly just say, I will hold that compound. And the other two just try to sweep the southern side. And that is them looking like that well-oiled machine. It doesn't knock them down. They didn't have the circle. They have the wide rotation. And they have the mentality. Now, they don't have... What they don't have is the high ground. But they do have that soft cover. Now need to take that 2v2.
Hermanos steps up. Hermanos looking for that off angle. Malum a little bit low here, but we do look to find the hole. That could be the one going down for the smoke, but the smoke blocks him. We'll find it anyways onto Malum. The 1-for-1. Make it now. Also a second for Darkness. They take the chicken dinner here, Tarzan, and they do it so dominantly once again. They steal the patience. Darkness, a second win on the board for them. Second time around in game number 2. And they move their way back up onto the top of the leaderboard.
What did I say about them? Right? Like, momentum, yes, 2 rough games, including game 5 yesterday, but they just have a way in. They're consistent. Look at that end game control. And then a lot of people they just fail to absorb that pressure towards end game, and they just move too much. I think people need to be calculated. Players need to not move too much when there's no particular purpose. But you could see very patiently waiting with that Groza as well in that low ground, waiting for the Star 20 with Blackjack to make a mistake with that 2-piece and granted themselves the chicken dinner.
That was a beautiful chicken dinner from them. And I think as well can be said that you mentioned 21 Blackjack. If they make it to the end in such a difficult position, they should be classed as such a good team coming into the finals. They did just that. They took plenty of kills alongside it. And I think this really is the momentum, as we say, showing coming out from them that they really can, when they put their minds to it, be one of these best squads. And already, you've got to imagine it, 21 Blackjack, because as well, so many of these teams close together in the points. We mentioned, 10th position was just 38 points previously before starting this game. 21 Blackjack, they're already at that mark.
Well, that is just them making their way up. One very important mentality in that game was the idea of sweeping. You need to know how to control a segment of that zone, but it all started here. For some of these squads, not easy. Concrete UK, damage done by IND, but IND didn't go very much further either.
I think for though the Luderers, even though we lost one there, as you can see early on, outplayed there by Red Island once again on that wall. Beautiful stuff to see there. It was actually Luderers there to survive to that 4th position. Very well done from them, considering how difficult that zone had actually been for them. As well, I think it was very well played initially by 5 threats, but it did just allow 21 Blackjack to just get way too close to them, and it was just one by one, 5 threats getting eliminated, and then 21 Blackjack just finding picks and space from there.
And that's them working their way in, and that is also why both of these teams deserve this amount of points this game. They need to work for it and rotate in and then control the aggression as well as rotation with that Rosa finish. Brilliant work by that team. Darkness 29 points in this game 7.
21 Blackjack going to pick up 23 also, but they're a squad that we didn't really expect to take cover squad. Going to be back up on top 2, 11 points alongside, of course, the Luderers come over as well, going to pick up 8, and this really is going to be teams that you expected, I think, to see come in strong this time around into the finals, up towards that left side, and I think some of these teams, surprising, but they don't make it through to the top of the leaderboard. IDN there in particular, 0 points out of this game. And for a team that looked so crazily strong here coming out of their group stage.
I think they just need to know that there's a different ball game sometimes in a different lobby. So I know, players sometimes feel like, oh, they're good because like we've done well in the group stages. No, it's chess. It's chess. When your opponent's been studying, when they've been training and just looking and testing the water more against similar caliber, they come back stronger, and that is a recurrent theme of this tournament for those teams that were able to get to the finals like straight up when they missed out on some of those opportunities. But Darkness is definitely not a team that disappoint. They went straight in, but they are still dominating.
Darkness going to be able to pick themselves up between both Farok and Tornado, 7 and 5 kills respectively. Ridiculous numbers once again, but no surprise, I would say, at this point to see Darkness on top of the kill leaderboard and the damage leaderboard once again. Tornado as another player here going to be able to pick up 947 damage. Farok just slightly behind him. And when you do think that Darkness in yesterday's games were able to pick up almost 10,000 damage, once again here in this game alone, already going to be picking up just 2k alone.
And that is just this duo, right? It's really a very typical, how should I say, a power duo. You can see them working like a well-oiled machine. They have a different role and they usually split, but they have so much control individually in however they play, and that is why Darkness is so strong in this tournament. And I think I have hopes for them coming into the next splits of PMCO, etc. as well.
I think Darkness really are a team to watch moving to future competitions. So darn good. And whatever happens, I think that Darkness have already proved themselves right in terms of their ability to take kills, their ability to take games in this competition, in the finals. And I think that they continue and will continue, I imagine, to stay strong through still what is 8 more games of the finals to go, we just had the 9th last one there on Miramar. 21 Blackjack going to still be, though, over 2,000 damage, 11 kills. This was by far their strongest match, and going out of 2 strong games today, considering that yesterday, Tarzan, they really did struggle. This is a completely different team, and we can just completely wipe the slate clean, realistically, from yesterday's games, because today they look like a totally different squad.
Oh, the points do stack up though, so what needs to be cleaned is probably their heads, to remove the impurities and focus on their strengths and remind themselves what can be adjusted still, but they do show a lot of potential. Now this is the test, right? It's that consistency. As we look at those new standings, we'll find out more of how the table is looking.
Yeah, this table here going to surely shape up. As you can see, 21 Blackjack up 7 points in that one game alone to 7th position. So close here, Tarzan, these teams down in the middle of this leaderboard, but still it is the fight between these two top teams. Darkness, as you can see, do move their way up, and because as well K9 get those additional extra points in it, well, 5 threats, the Luderers, these teams really didn't show up too strong, but still going to be still around that 60-point margin. That gap already double the amount of points in second than those in third place. But we do say it is such a difficult gap to fill. 21 Blackjack, as a team with 2 good games so far, if they can manage to keep this up and keep this momentum through the rest of today, they could definitely close that gap indeed.
They really need to show it, because I think I can still see there were some decisions and rotations that's quite punishable, but they've been able to hold it down, so I'm happy for them. But okay, speaking of the next map, it's Soundhawk. You know which team was saved by this map? Is Concrete UK. 10 points right now, 2 placement points out of 7 games. Right, this is time to come back. Right, I think there's this issue when I think about why would a certain squad, right, not show up when they are on paper very good. Yeah, I think it's about commitment, is mentality. Sometimes people would have this defense mechanism as well to say, hey, you know what, I don't care, and it's like it's one way to talk yourself out of something that you haven't done well. I think it's important to take everything seriously, and I've got a mentor of myself who told me how you do one thing is how you do everything, and that really helped me in my growth as a person. So we are going on to Sandhawk very soon on this match 8. Then we will have to go back to Miramar, then end with Erangel for today. But that is a good number of games that we are not quite there yet, almost halfway, and that table is looking very, very interesting. I don't know.
It is still 3 games to go, 1 of each of the maps, and it will be a short breakaway before we see exactly who will be able to take it through on Sandhawk, the most spiciest of maps to come.
They fight. They strive. They win. And they read a lot. Those are the students that enjoy PUBG Mobile. Want to be one of them? Then join the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship. The whole world is watching. Show them what you're made of. Make your university or college proud by becoming a real hero. Because true heroes take action. Don't forget that.
Two games down of the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship, Day 2, 3 more to go. And if you do want to make sure that you can secure some wins in your games of your own, you can enjoy a super fast and lag-free PUBG Mobile experience on Xiaomi's powerful Redmi Note 10 5G. And Tarzan, this series of games so far, the first two have been very, very exciting indeed. Yes, we have seen both K9 and also Darkness increase their lead, but it is not the most exciting point of the leaderboard. The most exciting point is this middle portion, where even after just one game, 21 Blackjack, for example, took themselves up 7 places so far in just that one game alone.
Kind of just made me want to go back to that infographics, right? How if that's the last game of the finals, how many more euros have they earned themselves, right? It's maybe these things that we have to think about, but we are reaching this midpoint now for the finals. It is about time, right? I think it's about transitioning when the opportunity is still there, and that is the ultimate test to these maybe soon to be esports athletes.
It is about really setting the tone, setting the presence for your squad in front of everyone else, because not just PMCC, but also keep in mind, as we all both say here, the PMCO full split, all of these future competitions still to come through the rest of the year. This is a gateway to those competitions, and the squads like K9 Darkness, they are proving themselves these top teams that really could compete in their own individual regions for that, to make it to future even bigger competitions than this one, even to that interregional, international stage perhaps later on in the year. But that is further away. That is in the future. The present is if they can take Sanhok next match, because this is going to be the most crazy one for today, I do think. And Sanhok always likes to throw a curveball at us, and I think today should be absolutely no different.
Oh, it would never be not crazy. It will always be a bit of a madness. And especially if you have this plane path that basically allows you to go anywhere with a little bit of floating, then this is the time, right? The scouting, the little bit of traps that you and your friends plan because you all study very hard, right? For the campus championship, they are supposed to be good students, right? So we've been talking, I've been teaching, I've been, giving them crap for doing things not the right way or whatnot. Well, learn, right? Is all we're here for. If you don't learn, you can't improve.
I mean, you do have professor in your name. You could be a teacher, a teacher of medical profession.
I am actually one. Yes, I was actually had those time that I don't want to, go too full on when it comes to like practicing. I do that, but I had half of my time at that year or two of my life that went into lecturing. So in some anatomy and physiology, that was quite fun. I think like helping to build future generation and telling them the fun, right, in these things. So speaking of the fun, that's why it's so important. People need to first enjoy the game, enjoy the process of being better. And that includes, some joy to realize there's more that you can learn, rather than saying that I'm good now. I just want to find things to make me feel good about myself without changing much. I think people need to start to wire their brains around the joy that comes from knowing how wrong or how insufficient they are, so that they can start to envision a better self.
Right. I think that is really what they need to be able to do in terms of mentality here, especially the likes, I think, of both Five Threats and OG, because so many times we have seen possibly this fight come out. We've seen it come out in previous times as well. And we saw this matchup yesterday where actually what happened was Five Threats, they regrouped over to the warehouses and they just booked it because that zone was so far north. And I will be interested to see where this zone has gone this game, this time around, to see if Five Threats will opt to do the same. Or if this time around, Five Threats with this northern zone looks very, very similar once again as well, they will instead go for the fight onto OG.
I think this is very, very interesting. Like, I would assume them to do the similar thing, unless they found different reasons to, because like very similar circle like yesterday's, and we kind of know how it turned out. How Darkness actually looted the same area, ended up on the far east side, and control it, and almost kept so many teams. So you really need to think and start studying and try to get an answer for yourself. Why would Darkness, a Tambang and Nakam Ruins team, be gatekeeping you when you are dropping Quarry?
Right, and it is that team on Quarry that moving like now through to that eastern side once again. Revolution students and Beluderers. This was because Revolution students, they spent so long around that area where Arena 51 were, on that coastal line, struggling and struggling and struggling to be able to take that fight. Yes, they had the high ground for so long, and I think that did obviously help Revolution students to get a good positional result in that game, but they just could never find a win from being in such an open and split position when those rest of the teams, as you say, like even Darkness from the opposite end of the map, were able to rotate on top of them. Five Threats, so they do look for the fight this time around. They look for the different play. They found Annie for the win, but they do have to be careful. Risen is going to use that ridge line just barely out of boot camp to dodge out the rest of those bullets. Hustler going to initially miss that smoke. It did look like he wanted to throw that over towards the warehouse. So they will have to use a little bit more of a utility to save their teammate.
And I think this is a very interesting game plan. They've adjusted it, leading the way the IGL of this team, that we know she's got all that experience on their belt, and different now. They're taking that north side so that they have priority to that center circle, but they do want to stick around a little bit for a potential fight. So that's adding a lot of that flavor to this game. I mean, Sandhawk, we always are up for those type of stuff. And then we have IND, almost a squad that got forgotten, although they dominated in that prelim round.
The fact that IND was such a strong team in going into the finals really just have struggled to show up. It does speak to you the higher caliber that the finals have already reached, as you can see Annie fall down. Five threats. Risen's going to find one. Risen's going to look for the second one now on Hustler behind those hay bales, but won't be able to find anything for now. And amongst all of this loot, and amongst all of this action, I do feel that staying here could be a little bit risky, because now that OG are together, it does make it a little bit tricky for how does Anthro get support from the rest of his team. Yes, a grenade is there, but they can't really move from their position that they stand in. Gonna have to maybe use a grenade here just to displace OG enough to be able to retreat back.
And that is just what you need to expect. What else would you expect, Hustler, when you are just behind the same cover? Whoever gets the utility will get the opening third knock, 2 and 3. Last one standing for OG.
It will be OG surely to fall here. Only one left. Yes, they will be able to find it. 4 clean kills going through to 5 res and showing us, as Antho did say, why they have such a strong squad on paper and are able to translate that through into the match. Another strong squad, though, on paper that still needs to show us what they can do. Conqueror here are going to be holding up around that L-shaped compound. And I really do think that Conqueror, they are feeling a little bit lost, I think, in these finals is the way we could put it here. They don't really have a grasp on where they want to rotate to. And when they take these fights, they also just look a little bit lost on how they want to position to take advantage over their enemies.
Yeah, I think the point that I made earlier as well, it might be just an attitude thing. I feel like they don't want to like take this as seriously. I might be wrong because I do know some of these players, so I may need to find out what's the mentality going into this game. I mean, you do carry a brand, like a team name or at least your own name. Like you need to. Like, I think every opportunity can be a learning opportunity if you want, and then any sort of experience is useful, right? So they are now on that edge, on that trifecta compound, just touching the edge of the zone. I think it would be better to start moving as well, because very likely that they will need to move for the next phase already. Another minute and 19 seconds, but then there should be some sort of action between them.
I think as well the sportsmanship is so important here for these teams to always try your best, and this could be the opportunity here for Conqueror that they need. But unfortunately, Device's off angles, so it could be a little bit tricky to navigate. Device, as long as they can keep Conqueror there on that side of the river, can continue to support the rest of the team as they pinch Conqueror down. Danoka has moved though further up, so they will at least have one player through to that northwest island. They will be able to rotate further into zone from their current space. But I do feel that, as you say, if it is going to be an attitude problem, that needs to clearly be straightened up with sportsmanship. That is something that I think needs to be drilled in and can be fixed. And I think it is something as well, if it is more of a skill problem, maybe more of a communication problem between these teams, that you really just need to take all of your egos down to the next level, far down. And you need to just say, what are the basics of PUBG Mobile? What have we come to learn playing this game? How do we rotate through to that next zone? What is the best spot on paper of this zone that we actually all want to look for? And just do one step at a time, very, very slowly enter your way into zone. Make it as simple as possible. Don't go for the flashy plays. Just focus on how you want to progress further in the game. Because unfortunately, Boaz will be found out. Boaz will be eliminated through IND. They claim another kill.
And I think it's kind of weird because we saw Danoka crossing to the northwest island first, and then Sensor getting knocked close to the bridge. So either they are just on their way back to join Danoka, or they've intentionally done a 2-2 split to enter the zone from different positions, right, across the river. So I don't completely know. I think I leave myself a little bit puzzled as well, especially in this type of circle. You want to gather your forces, but we'll just leave that thought for another day. But you made a lot of very important points, and I think that is the key issues when I come to coaching. It's the when it comes to ego. We're not saying that that's the issue with Conqueror, right? But it's just we suspect that could be part of that, and definitely communication, knowing that some of them be playing with different squads or whatnot. And but we also see Raxo. I don't know what happened. Like he might be just stranded somewhere, absolutely nothing, and just caught out. No meds, no nothing. Split from his team and knocked. And maybe after all, some Saturday plans maybe. Too attractive, like more attractive than the prize money of the MCC.
I mean, I did hear there was a beautiful Netflix series that I wanted to go watch, Love, Death and Robots. So that is something definitely I'll be watching later. But I mean, certainly it is all the entertainment on our screens that we need to snare Tarzan. Sanok, the best of them all, to bring that entertainment. Revolution students, once again, they find themselves down in a similar position where you have TL coming down behind them. You've got Optic, this time around IDN, in front of them on the north and the western side. How do Revolution students, Tarzan, clean this one up?
Well, it's going to be a little bit hard. I feel like maybe we've caught them, Wait. Did he just vaulted and then walk past Leto? Okay, right. Okay, let's talk about Red Island first, because they have a very interesting split. They've got 2 in Hartin and 2 across the river. but they've done something that is very good. Impulse was not impulsive at all. They was full on scouting. He was in the crate and waiting for Darkness to run past them. Right. So that is very interesting. I want to see how they can, make that work. But back to Revolution Student is not going to be quite hard. Right. They need to know the ridge lines. They come into pocket position that has very little escape strategy. They can't go wider towards north to play coastline. And I think they were just a little bit slow in those rotations if they want to out-rotate.
Cyrax as well, unfortunately going to be caught there by 5 threats. As 2 members did initially go down. One of them did get a revive, but one of them did get knocked down and completely killed through. Icy brings Cyrax to the trio, whereas 5 threats, they still have the full squad up, and 5 threats already taking 1 clean squad wipe so far, looking for their second. But as we move back to this very, very difficult equation indeed, Revolution Student caught between so many teams. Tarzan, you're still to answer it. I'm not going to let you go on this one. How do Revolution Students study through?
I think they need to get up and maybe think about a healing strat if they need to, strategic tanking, so that they need to rely on the shift away from the team that's gatekeeping them, wait for them to give up, and then, find a way in from there. Like, that would be my call. Otherwise, you're just pushing a little bit Lisa. Try to go for a wide rotation. That's only possible if the ridgeline and covers are in your favor. IDN takes that kill, and that's Servium leading the way.
I think at least finding 3 members through to safety is something good that can come through for Revolution Students in the back of their mind, because this, as we say, was a very, very tricky position indeed to be able to navigate around. They do have now the ridgeline of that hilltop to be able to protect them against IDN, but it is still going to be difficult considering that at the end of that ridgeline, there is going to be K9 to meet them, and you know how strong K9 are, alongside also 21 Blackjack just ahead of them as well. You can see on that map as it does continue still to split, though, between this Northwest Island and also the main island itself. So teams still unsure, more importantly here, of exactly which way this zone will go, which really does add up to the difficulty of this zone.
Yeah, and this position as well, we've seen time and time again, shared by Cyrex and 5 threats. Like, I have a very... it's like a burning question. Cyrex landed around here. They've got a split. They know the strength of this compound. How the hell did they let 5 threats come into here without getting punished? They can basically look at all that coastline right on that southeast side, and then they just allow them to come in, take 1 kill as well. Now they need to both find a way to go in. It may be a bit of running and gunning, and they just need to time it well, because that shift is looking, once again, quite like yesterday's.
But Cyrex, they'll know that this is happening through from 5 threats, so we can catch them on the other side. They found 1 knock onto Yatim. Anfo does escape, though. They run 1 successfully through. That will mean that they don't catch all of them. Gami just going to, or Gianni, should I say, just going to have to swim through to avoid all of those shots. Gonna have to be careful, but he doesn't need to come up the air at the wrong time, because Scythe still is overlooking them. As it will be Risen, the last player caught on the outside. Gonna find 1 knock, gonna find 2. Is that will be Risen? Taking names, gonna take the kills, gonna take the points. This is the way to do it, because you know that Safe is just gonna come later on. Goes for the drop down. This is exactly how Vision should play this fight. And Safe, surprisingly enough, doesn't go for that first through, knowing, though, despite, on the other hand, that Risen could have been so low from that fight anyways.
What a beautiful spoiler play coming from it, whether it's Yatam's big brain to place him there, or he just knows how to stay behind to punish over aggression. That is the 2-piece beautifully done. Just use enough ridgeline to not get finished as well. 5 threat live another day, but Red Island, the big 2-2 split did not work out for them, and they now need to still face the other 14 teams, a lot of them still in here. So we haven't lost many more teams, any more teams, in fact, other than Original Gangsters.
Arena 51 will be put down there. As you can see to the duo, it was actually IDN who were able to find one themselves on the off angle, as that will equal them to that numbers disadvantage. The Luders as well going to struggle on this entrance in one of those final teams to make it through on that hard Eastern shift. They are going to get caught out by this phase 4 Blues. They're going to get caught out by Optic, but it is up to now Switch, up to Madness, if they can return it back. If their gunplay is going to be better than Optic's, this is also Optic's time to shine, though. If they can take these 2 kills, they'll be on the road, but it won't be that road to victory because Switch just denies it away. It will be beasted down to the solo, but all the meanwhile, that zone still ticking away at their health bar. Still work to be done. Is on guys come over, hold on to one of the few spots in the zone, but it won't be safe anymore. The zone shifts hard over to the main island, but to the coastal line on the north. And it is this one compound that will be so contested. It is up to Red Island to see if they can keep it in their own control.
Oh no, I think this is Darkness came again, maybe. The 2-2 split will actually not work. One of them got knocked, and that's none other than the top fragger, Tornado, but they have 2 more on that top side, then maybe farming all these fishies coming through from that coastline once again. And we have the sort of come over who actually took a very good game in here yesterday, holding that still compound still, but will not get the circle in there, but they can at least come in from this south side where no one is in here at the moment.
5 threads. Yadam did finally, they've lost 1 5 threads on the backside, but 5 threads, they still have players successfully through on that rotation, which is more than can be said from a lot of these other teams. There you can see as well come over, did move their way closer into the zone, going to snake their way up. This was exactly where come over are, where come over took the chicken dinner in yesterday's game. It will be much, much more harder to do this time around. As we did suspect, Sanok is going to be brutal after all. Arena 51 as well, going to have to edge their way in. That one building that you can see Xerox is inside is the one other building, apart from the one safely inside the zone, that will be safe from the blue zone itself for now on this phase 5. Gianni will get caught out by the zone, not quite quick enough to the draw, going to engulf 5 threads out of the match, as Gianni will fall K9 as well. Roman is also going to fall alongside Tesla, alongside Arena 51's Demon, and this really is just going to be Xerox down to his lonesome, doing the work as best he can to defend against Toying, who IDN, they may just look to go for that all send it in.
Oh, and this is Arena 51. Big game for them as well. Of course, that's not quite enough. Can really, really need a few more points. One of them knocked as well. Need to start planning forward. There's still a way in. I feel like they can still place the coastline if they can just use that one small dip. But they need to clear out this last player who is pushing in. And they will need to take this fight first. Who will take an extra 2 points in this position? Toying slowly bleeding out. Will first heal up. Demon has to go as well. Don't know how much mess they have, and come over, continue to hold down a spot.
You got to assume the Demon has just thrown all of those mods onto Xerox. You think that you put all the healing, right? The Darkness squad here still up, but you throw all of that healing through onto one player. You say, Xerox, you carry this game for Arena 51 Esports. You take us to the highest position you can, as it will also be IDN there to fall. It will be also Demon to fall off the back end, as Darkness, as you say, continue their aggression. 3 kills only to snap it, 3 players up, which is more than can be said from any other player and any other team still in this match. The other 4 teams still either going to be a duo or a solo, 2 of each. Spouks, Ansa, Ninho all got this great split here. All 1-1-1. Yes, they're slightly separated from each other, but in a good way here, Tarzan, because they have control over all of those teams looking to make it into zone.
It's about finding the next cover, whether it's a small bush or a rock. But I think that's a brilliant split to try to set this wall. But now this is the test for this squad. That was a brilliant formation just based on placement points. They've got 10. They've got 3 kills this 4 more that they can take. Darkness needs to continue with their dominance, as you can see them tightening up that formation, not wasting any more time. And they are going to come in and just wait for this side of red, trying to do too much at the same time, and that will give the chance for Darkness to come in, and this is a 2v3.
This was a 2v3 indeed, but can Red Ireland take this to the victory? It will be so difficult, because here comes Darkness once again looking for the second chicken in a row today, increasing their lead surely as Snipe will fall down. It will be Ghost now on the own, but it is outside of the cover of that building. He is up against the full squad. There is only going to be one way this surely goes. Ghost will fall down. Darkness take their second chicken dinner of the day.
I mean, it's tricky. Very, very tricky zone. So I don't blame them if they don't have the wins. They came in from a very difficult side and just control a segment like they have to. And it's fine. They just make up for it anyway. It's a 20-point game. Can't complain. And they are just continuing that dominance. And because, yes, not high kill points, but it didn't come easy for that type of circle, especially on this map.
Yeah, they had to fight their way through from the southwest island to the northwest island, all the way through on that swim to the main island itself here, Tarzan. And that is not easy to do. They effectively moved through still half the map, and they did it in so strong a fashion. As well, we have to keep in mind, though, 5 Threats' this other squad who, yes, they didn't make it to the end, but still looked so darn strong going through to where they finally fell down to Darkness themselves. They were able to take 2 different teams alongside them, both initially their OG into then Cyrax, and still did work to really put the paces into the other squads coming down from that side.
Speaking of 5 threats, can't forget about Cyrax and the positions that they were at on the Ridge compound. Cyrax is looking a little bit disappointing to me, because I've complimented them for different rotations, maybe an entry point 3 to play spoiler, and this type of stuff. Seems like they've lost a little bit of that drive. Right, in playing proactive and decisive, and you just can't do that. You just need to keep it on. We could still see some yesterday, but lacking still today, and just want them to bounce back, man.
It is all about if they can bounce back, but we will get to see exactly how Darkness have increased their lead and by how much after the break, where we will get the full breakdown of all the points. We will see you guys in just a little bit.
My name is Corentin, my nickname is Snowix, and my team name is Come Over. I'm from France. I started PUBG Mobile season 12. PUBG Mobile affected a lot of my life, I spend 8 hours per day on PUBG. I'm trying to improve every day. My team rated just for PMCC with Golden, Lisa, Narvalo and Estelle. Lisa is IGL. She's a good IGL, and with her we're going to the final. Narvalo is insane fragger, very insane fragger. They can make one clutch 1v4 on 10 seconds. It's just insane. Estelle is a good supporter, and Golden are a good supporter too. I just wish them good luck, very good luck. I want to win this PMCC.
Players new to PUBG Mobile, or as we call them, dead meat, don't always look at the minimap, and that's where they're wrong. See, marks on the minimap can help you spot the enemy, even if you don't see him normally. For example, footsteps. The maximum distance of the footstep you can see is 20 meters. It's the dimmest. Now as the enemy approaches you, it gets brighter in the following way. 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters. And the same goes for vehicle marks. If there's a vehicle coming, the marks on the minimap will get brighter in the following way. 90 meters, 60 meters, 30 meters. Don't forget to get out of the way!
They fight. They strive. They win. And they read. A lot. Those are the students that enjoy PUBG Mobile. Want to be one of them? Then join the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship. The whole world is watching. Show them what you're made of. Make your university or college proud by becoming a real hero. Because true heroes take action. Don't forget that.
Welcome back, guys, to the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship as the games continue. And also the craziness continues here, where Darkness just took their second chicken dinner on the second day of games. But if you want to take your own chicken dinners, you can enjoy a super fast and lag-free PUBG Mobile experience on Xiaomi's powerful Redmi Note 10 5G. And Tarzan, you thought you could get away with it, but that information on that in-game tip was wrong. You gotta correct them. You gotta educate them, okay?
It's so tricky, right? Okay, I don't think it's completely wrong, but I think this, with some experimenting, I've done at least 10 different maps on different occasions to test vehicle sounds, right? So I have different, someone with very good headsets and tests. I think car sounds is rendering around 100 meters, right? But where you can see the mark, that's a bit different. So when it comes to footsteps, when it comes to jumping, is up to what you can, based on what you can hear. Okay, that is different to what you can see on the minimap when it comes to footstep prints. Okay, that is different to what you can hear. I think around 20 meters or whatnot you can see fine, right? But when it comes to what you can listen to, if someone's jumping 50 meters away, you can hear it. And when it comes to walking and crouching, is around 40. When it comes to even just a prone maneuver, you need to be within 10 meters to hear it. So yeah, I was not going to sort of like point out, go have a test for yourself, but that is my data. Whether you want to trust me on that is up to you. I mean, I'm still waiting for someone to tell me I'm wrong when it comes to the smoke being 40 seconds, in duration and a 10-meter diameter. I will not take that back. I'm very sorry. I will bet every penny that I've got in my bank account to prove that point. Don't change
You're
the
willing
game
to bet the
prove
money that
me
you
wrong,
earn
though.
into nice cash on that.
Well, that's how much you need to trust in your craft. When you have the passion, you test it, you find out. And there's also passion, of course, in taking boot camp. 5 started off strong in there, but we also have Revolution Studio needing to prove themselves further.
It will be those Cyrax as well, as we said. Cyrax, they thought they had their fights, but then came in Risen, and Risen just popped the heck off. Just took down Kings, took down Hype. Scythe did not go for the flush, and that just was the end of Cyrax. So was the end. Unfortunately, for 21 Blackjacks run and their momentum, they also too got taken down, but was not the momentum lost, I think, for Darkness. They are looking so ridiculously strong in this finals.
They just know how to control a spot, man. I swear to God, that is something that you can't even teach as much. They are both talented and they just know how to execute it. The textbook finish, the trading as well, didn't even lose that kill point to an enemy. That is what we want to see. 20 points in the pocket. and that's just how it goes. But we can see K9 in that second place still grabbing themselves 11 points in this game.
But I think as well, showing there from another angle with Darkness, we did question them a little bit on their ability to stay consistent in placement points to Chicken Dinners. That is a way to show it. And they, with the placement points, will continue their lead. But as you say, K9 with 11 points will look to try close the gap as much as possible. 5 threats there to keep in mind. Also with 11 points, they were initially in 3rd position going into this 3rd game, and they will continue to stay on top. But I think also with Come Over there taking their 13 points, they will rise up the standings a little bit, because we do have to keep in mind these standings are so close, and when these points are so close as well, it really does shape up that leaderboard. As you can see as well, the kills Mycroft for Take Cover Squad going to be the highest.
I think it's very hard to rely on sometimes the stats, right? Especially kill counts on Sandhawk, just because of how the chaotic nature of this map, and how it's very reliant on zone and how to time your aggression or whatnot. So it's good work from Mycroft, but we can see he's the only one on that squad to have this amount of kills. And then, well, if they have actually done as much work, then the damage output should reflect as well.
I think as well, the fact you can see once again so many players all on those 2 kills shows you that this was a very volatile zone, just similar to a wrangle where teams were piling up onto other teams once again, just like we've already seen in that first match. And where you have such volatility, it really is more space and more opportunity for all of these teams to be able to pick up those extra points where needed. And it really does, I think, make that middle part of the leaderboard just that little bit more scarier for all of them, because none of those teams, because they all got kill points, fell down hard in that game.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, just tricky. I think it's just that same circle. And what I was looking at as well, right, is some interesting things, right? It's a similar circle, but it seems like some of those teams have taken a different approach. And then that was actually Darkness taking the win when they had so many kills playing the other side. But I don't know which one's better. I feel like they found both school of thoughts and made both work decently.
As Risen will be moving their way through. Also to the top, damage for 5 threads. Gonna find also 2 players on top of the damage. Antho is there in 5th position, and Take Cover Squad also going to equalize that position with 2 members, Microb and also Twix on top of the board. And once again, you see the damage here. Apart from, I think, Risen, very, very close between all of these teams. Only gonna be actually tied there for second, 513 precisely between Micro and Macnamoka. And considering that Macnamoka for IDN, one of the players that has really struggled in the first 2 games, is good news to see him at least on one of these leaderboards.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's really hard to say, right? Sometimes things just don't reflect, and it's just a bit of a shame for 5 Threats to put so much work in, but then they went for a rotation. That's pretty smart. I love how they maneuvered that, but then really relying on that water, to make it work. It's just so tricky. But I do respect that rotation. At least they've put so much damage on the chart, and that's nothing, to ignore.
I think that overall 5 Threads really are this team that are showing a lot more in today's games alongside 21 Blackjack. This is surprising that 5 Threats as well, on the other hand, aren't even more dominating in these games, because if we take ourselves all the way back to the group stage, it was 5 Threats that in over those 10 games, they took 5 chicken dinners, the most chicken dinners out of any weekend, out of any team so far in the whole competition. And realistically, it's only going to be 3-4 chicken dinners max that other teams have been able to garner. Red Island, though, will be the ones with 15 points over in second position and come over in that third spot with 13. But equal to both of these 3 kills is going to be that low damage across the whole board. As you can see, that was such a crazy game for all of these teams to come up against. Red Island and IDN, though, they are going to be the most prosperous of all of these teams, moving up 3 places each.
And we can see, right, these teams starting to not really expand the lead, but the middle table is looking more interesting now. That point separation is no longer 10, 11 points. You can see 5 Threats now 75 points, very a lot more compared to the teams on the right side of that table. And this is time to see more. 63 players, 16 teams. So that means we've got one team of trio. Hopefully they can still make it work, because I never underestimate them, because I've seen so many of these trio players who just know how to use the string still.
It will be a much kind of playing path this time around. Going to be straight down, but this time through the middle, as that will allow all of these teams to get a much better space inside of the initial first phase, and also much better decision making on if it is going to be a difficult zone. You can make that move through both from the north and the south side. Both options are available to you. And this is also where this zone will decide to go. I mean, if this zone was going to be difficult, Tarzan, where would you put it?
I would put it around Los Leones still. I think it's just because some of these teams are still struggling to control a pocket, right, of position, and they don't know how to balance or don't know how to claim a big city. So they would just go maybe straight in the middle, then don't know how to protect the cars, or they choose a side doing that they may have to leave, but they don't protect the vehicles well, and they don't know how to rotate out. So those things are important, because it's like textbook where you feel like it's picture perfect. Oh, I'm going to go Los Leones and take center, but how? There's so many different buildings in there. You need to really know that city to make it work. So I'm really looking forward, right, to see how they play it, especially when it comes to Darkness. And yes, I know what I've done there.
Tarzan,
remind me
you've
again
jinxed
and
it. You've done it again.
Is exactly
the fact that Los Leones straight in the center Tarzan as well. You talked about running into the center, and then the zone was like, you know what, Tarzan? We haven't tested him on this. We are now going to test him on this.
Exactly, because I think where the interesting parts is on two type of zones. If I draw the new circle, right? One zone is basically Los Leones city itself, and this really close periphery surrounding it. But the other bit is from that edge, okay, of that first zone towards the edge of phase one. And look at that type of landscape. A lot of teams don't know which spot to hold, okay, in that second zone that I talk about, because they don't know those pockets, they don't know whether there's a dip, they don't know whether it's a good compound to hold, they have not thought about the split. So this type of circle makes it so tricky when teams need to come in from the wider side, from the northwest, and I think this is a very, very good test, and you will see from my prediction, the teams that are lower down that leaderboard will lose their lives and players earlier, because the map knowledge in this part of the zones that I talk about is insufficient it's about scouting or whatnot. So this is going to be an interesting game. I'm expecting the stronger teams to perform better just because of that pacing of rotation.
I mean, there could still be a chance for a squad, albeit to surprise us. Keep in mind there are still 7 games in. Talking of squads to surprise us, we had come over on the interview saying how good they were, and they should fear this squad here coming in. And I think that already seeing Snowix getting that initial knock, it does slow down Blackjack a lot because of where Humanity's position was in around the theater side. And I think this is very useful for come over in general, because if they do look to close open or tighten up their position, either in one way to take down 21 Blackjack or move themselves into a different position in zone, they could do this. And they're also forcing out a lot of early utility from 21 Blackjack as well to make this rotation because of Snow's position. So overall, even if they don't get that kill, it's still a mega win for them.
Yeah, I think just slowing down someone's rotation is the way. And it's very interesting for these early fights, because maybe Snowix was floating in the way that was close enough, right? So that he knows that there's a team in Montenuevo, so they want to come in and pressure, but he is on his own. But there's another school of thought that might have happened in the beautiful brain of Snowix, which is he knows that there could be a team in Montenuevo based on previous VODs, based on previous games, and he wants to come in and test the water and try to get one early kill point. So that was close enough, I think. Just anyway, that was a good attempt, like you said, but 700 meters more to the circle. They really need to plan that out.
TZ Takeover also going to try take out the plans of IDN, their rotation into zone, but won't be successful. They all make it through. Even though it wasn't clean, they did look like they almost rolled over, but they do all stay alive. That is the most important part of it. In Take Cover, they will be left alone in the open on the edge of that zone. And you do think about how quickly do these teams though decide to go in, because if you do take control of Los Leones early on, what you could actually look to do here, Tarzan, is one, building it takes my interest and takes my fancy, is those tall skyscrapers, those construction sites where you go all the way to the top, and particularly around them, even those 5 stacks. And it is all about that high controlling vision over the city itself that teams can look to control.
Yeah, and I mean, playing those positions are so good only if you have very good knowledge of those skyscrapers, knowing all the weak sides so you don't overpeak or you don't get sprayed down. And otherwise, it's just so punishing. You drop down, you die, you send another teammates to death when they need to go not just across, but all the way up to grab you, with the enemies who knock you to watch your teammate as they come, grab you. Is really, really tough, right? So we need to see how they do it, and we'll first have Conqueror UK. Right, in the outskirts of Los Leones, needing to find a spot, and you can see some early clash coming through as well. K9 and 5 threat actually meeting en route of the rotation.
coming out of those critter fields. They have just traded 1 for 1. It will also be their 5 threats to grab another one. Yeah, I'm going to grab the second kill for them, is that will be 5 threats, eliminating K9 through to just the duo and going to still live and win out on this fight. But also on the west of Los Leones, all of these tiered parts of the edge or the outskirts of the city itself, where it does trail into that more open space and does make it very difficult to climb into the city from this direction in. You do feel that those teams on the entrance in, like Conqueror, this is maybe the opportunity to be able to take out teams. This is maybe an opportunity to finally get these points on the board.
Oh, it's about time now. They just need to really know why they are holding the spot. As you can see, this fight just doesn't stop. Come over with that early aggression on rotation, finding another team. And you know what? They came from Monte Nuevo, so Optic is just getting caught off guard. They feel like Valdemar is still somewhat okay. They are staying around here and then turn into a neutral fight, right? When you don't really expect it. And this is them getting punished severely. This is what you don't want to do, is to just rely on the full sense of security. Always, always, always on scouting duty. Please, please, please. If you want to be one of the best players, you can never just feel like, oh, we are just chilling now. No, you are very, very wrong. Like, you just need to have those guards up. Not saying that you can't relax, but you just need to have those awareness, man.
You have to also be aware of this zone. Going to shift down phase number 2. Still in Los Leones completely here, but has gone towards that south space. So around those hills to the south, also that other point of contention, perhaps these teams to look to take control. If they don't wish to go in for the city just yet, maybe wait to see if the city will be later on. Still relevant in this match, because keep in mind, rotating out of Los Leones as well, not going to be too easy for these teams because of how the high ground around it plays to those squads' disadvantage.
And then it's tricky as well, like many of these spots. Look at the crowding, right, on that northern half. Man, like, I wish more teams are doing what Cyrex were doing. They went for the rotation to Puerto Paraiso just to avoid this sort of congestion. They can come in and just use the southern half of the circle. Now, otherwise, you may just get into a bit of a bloodbath, like right here. What is going on? IND in here, IDN in here, Revolution Stealing gets sprayed down, and all that stuff. And we have 5T joining that party as well.
5T, Gianni just going to join up, find 1-3 onto Lisa. Lisa's going to get firsted down by them, and it will be also IDN taking down Haku. So Revolution students really, really do look like they are just being wiped here. They will be the first team out by the looks of it, unless they got some solo on and off angle far away from this fight. As IND, IDN are caught in the middle, though, still between two teams. As you say, it is all of these squads grouped up together. 5 threats on one side of both 2-2 split, trying to control 2 teams at once. This could either work out amazingly for them or could immediately backfire.
Now, I actually love the position of IDN. One of my favorite positions, just because you can choose which side to watch. You can look towards the Chumacera Church, as well as just a little bit of third-person peek to overlook all that ground towards Los Leones. So I feel like they should be rewarded to come into the spot early enough, as he's just daddy. Looking at the multiple cars behind the buildings as well around that rendered distance, they can catch IND and 5 threats off guard if they don't know their rotation paths.
IDN overlooking so strong, but they to 5 threats will also look over strong with Yatim on that church. They have made that successful rotation and covering their members as they go. 5 threats looking for a little bit of aggression though, but we do have to be careful. It is Device on the backside. There is so focused though on 5 threats that all the meanwhile you do have to wonder, is IDN going to make that push on top? Are they going to look to try find Device? Are they going to look to try find Cronus while they are so focused down on one team? They almost find that initial pick on to Shawshank, but not finding it. Finally, they will get it. Is Daddy will find a knock through. Looks for the first, but using the smoke as well. It also not only blocks vision from 5 threats, as that will be the second knock. Daddy is doing work here for IDM, but it is going to be one in return. They do lose one, but Mackinamoka should be able to revive Toying, as it will also be the second joining up. And this is where the fight breaks out. IDN just get absolutely, or IND should I say, get absolutely wiped here, as it will be IDN with the victory for now. But they too have lost 2 members here, Tarzan, and it is 5 threats overall who look stronger. As that zone continues its way out of Los Leones now over to these mountains of Chumacera and Minas del Val. So it will be about the high ground control. Once again, like we've seen in previous games, how do you control this side? Because the zone as well, you said it in the second game, splits these 2 sides of the zone itself.
And I think that fight right there was IND getting wiped because they don't know the possible strengths of the compound that IDN is holding. But then IDN, because of a bit of a lack of game sense, I feel like they did not protect themselves well enough of a team that they noticed. Their 5 threats been overwatching that, so they can't go overly aggressive, and that's how they lost 1 player. At least they still got 3 and a good position in the circle, but it relies on them to now shift their focus to watch heavy towards the eastern side. Otherwise, they are just not making use of their spot. The 5 threat is being set up by the gods of PUBG for a very good Miramar game, using that Chumacera Church and overlooking basically the entirety of that circle.
But so there, I think, are 5 threats if they can continue to hold down strong. Is I also wanted to mention here the Lutherans, they are surely going to struggle because they are on that hard eastern side. At the end, they have lost Daddy, who was that initial player to find the initiation onto IND, but with that extra revive, they go back up to 4 players. But 5 threats, all the meanwhile, they're using these knocks to get closer and closer, and you can see that they're not going to let Mackinamoka Daddy get away from this one. They are going to need the support from Toying through on that flank angle to be able to escape. But as you mentioned, this is a strong position in the zone, and surely teams have their eyes on it. And you can see Blackjack just in the distance there too.
Yes, and this is what I don't like to see by IDN. They really just need one person to keep eyes on 5 threats and the other just to frag out towards the east. Like, they've got the high ground and whatnot. They just need to repark their vehicles, and they're very interesting to see 5 threats not using Chumacera Church. They want to go to the other spots, right, to expand their control. It might just be a big split, but maybe they are just trying to pinch it further as they land a little bit of more pressure, land that knock. But then we see Optic down to 1 player, now need to face none other than Darkness.
Optic really do need these points on board. They are only the solo. Hackshot is going to have to pull out something from his magic bag to make this work. It will be on the other end. Darkness, Ninzo almost getting knocked there, but surely this is the biggest of challenges for Optic Hackshot to be able to make this work. But if it is any player to come into the PMCC, it is Hackshot, because Hackshot so experienced, this veteran in multiple PMCOs, coming through from multiple top teams and coming now into Optic Gaming. They were the winners previously, keep in mind, of the PMNC UK region and Northern Ireland region, should I say, as well. But can they relay this experience from previous tournaments back into this one? That is going to be the question, because I don't think they can challenge the top, and it is now if Optic can just get as high as they possibly can.
Well, it's a little bit about the roster, right? Like because they do like have some players who joined in just for this tournament, though that synergy needs to come through. But there's one prediction that I made for sure, which is the bottom teams to go out first. It sounds like a bit of a nonsense, but I think for this type of a map and like this type of circle that requires a particular skill set, it's very easy to predict, to say that, hey, like I think the top squads will be able to thread the needle, find a way in, and the bottom ones will just get severely punished for being unable to do so. And we could, yeah, this circle as well. I think two big games coming from both Darkness and K9 SF happened on this similar circle. The biggest win we have was from K9 SF. I think that was 23 kills. It was a similar circle where they took priority on one of the biggest and the highest high ground, right? And then we also have Darkness controlling these sorts of landscape and taking a win just yesterday.
Well, it's all about positioning, right? Really, Taz. And when you think about positioning, going through into where you want to rotate, and also positioning in team fights. And then when you add those two things together, it really does equal out to what you say, where you see those teams like Darkness, K9, 5Res, who have shown this to us already in previous games, that should be able on paper to surely show this one again. Is it will also be multiple fights now going to go through from multiple angles, as Cyrex will find themselves up in the fray of Darkness and also Arena 51, as they will look to control their edge into zone. Gatekeeping Arena 51 hard, but Darkness on the side. And this is the thing, if Hype on this extra off angle here can really stop the entire squad of Darkness, or if Darkness just decide to go in for that hard rotation, because down below them, Darkness can't really move, because you can see K9 on the high ground, so strong when they get this position on Miramar, but also the fact that it is so open and it is a descent down into that road if Darkness want to continue up further.
Yeah, have they not watched this VOD? Have they not learned from K9 to know that is the hill that you want to take? And they are once again up there and trying to control multiple sides. That is them getting the circles. Oh my lord. And they were just going to spray down all these teams. As you can see, they can look all the way towards Darkness from that position. All these people on this southern edge will be within the control of K9 if they don't have a rich line. Take cover. I love what they're doing, trying to come into this area, not waiting any longer.
If you imagine back to the group stage where it was K9 in their group, around this area secured the ridiculous 20 plus kill game that they got. Wasn't quite enough to qualify in, but it was certainly the best Miramar game we have seen from any team on Miramar, even to this point, and it is up to them to show us if they can repeat history, as it will be Arena 51. That solo player only started as a trio, does find the initial knock on to Cyrax, but that zone now has engulfed him, and it will be the tricky decision of when do you decide to move in. Hype is on that off angle, ready to fire down, and Arena 51 make that move. Look for the edge of that tree, looking out for the rock, and it is Cyrax, they edge in too, so do OG and Conqueror, up to the same spot, but OG strike down first. This will be also Darkness chasing over Cyrax. This is a race to the top of the mountain, and it will be OG and Darkness who win out.
Well, Darkness still got some work to do as well, and Arena 51 goes out. So come over actually lost their lives as well. So that's to my surprise that they didn't make it through in here. Maybe this is not their map, but this is going to be brutal. Once again, Cyrex also under pressure. Darkness as well. This is a very tough spot to play.
But can K9 hold on? They have been breached from every single angle under the sun of Miramar. Darkness, Ninho gets popped the moment they want to move up. Take cover, gonna confirm that kill. Up to 2 now, still the full squad alive. Take cover, needing to try control as much as they can. This could be their game, and so do from the north side. 5Res look to gatekeep away IDN. Late to the party and late to the rotation means that they will suffer, and suffer they will. Anfo gonna chuck in the grenade for good measure here, and will it land onto that double? They are clumped together. It would be a beautiful way to finish them through. That vehicle will block it though. is they keep themselves alive for the moment. Yatten was knocked. The smokes come through for the support, and it should be the reset unless Magnum Walker decides to go for the full crazy play.
I think they're just a little bit choked here. It's time to assess whether they have the utilities, but to my surprise, right, after killing a squad, they didn't get enough resources for this. I think it's also a tough circle, but they actually didn't have to fight through as many teams because they were close to this area in the previous phases. So maybe a bit of lack of preparation coming from the IDN squad.
IDN just getting gate kept by the team they initially fought up against. 5 threats to their credit have looked so strong. They go in for Antho on spoiler. It's the rest of them dodge in. Antho jumps up to dodge the bullets, finds Magnum Mocker. Daddy looking to return back through grenade in desperation, getting sent in. Now comes the rest of the support. It was always going to be 5 threats as a team threatening that play, and they take the win. TC get knocked out by Darkness. Sansa alongside Farrell, they have summited as a duo, and they've cleared some space for them. Microb and Ultra from the off angles not going to be able to support this one as much, because keep in mind, they have threats of their own. 5 threats from the north side. You've still got K-Knight controlling the center. 21 Blackjack still in this game too on the east. Do not forget.
Oh, and Captain's just really leading the way. I wonder whether he's actually the captain and IGL of the team. You can see he knows this position well. He's played this off angle with his weak side guarded by the other 2 players of his team. And they've lost 1 player pretty early as well, but they went up from 2-3 kills to 9 kills now. So K9 really know how to play this position, and I'm waiting for them to maybe, batter it out, because Darkness still in here as a solo actually, but we all know what Pharaoh can do. And I think I'm just waiting, right, for them to come in strong with Sinin Hood in the first game ever PMCC playing very controlled as a solo. Now it's Farrock's turn to show us why they can still keep getting these bloody points, although they don't have the numbers advantage, but I just bloody jinxed them, didn't I?
Well, K9, they'll be happy with this one because that is their competition now eliminated through. It will be Darkness sentencing themselves to a 6 position. Is OG Dragox will just burn through to the zone, gonna heal his way in and get that ridgeline, protect him. And this could be OG, I think, sneakily making it in still as 5 teams remain. TC take cover, looking like they might just have their house burned down. That Molotov from Captain is going to be held in hand. They know where their opponents are, and this will force TC into another angle. 5, keep in mind, still on the northern end as well, as this zone will make its next shift. And as it shifts down through into 5 threads and also 21 Blackjack, this is a complete switch on who controls this game.
I think it's going to be very, very interesting. One thing that K9 does very well is to know that they have to sweep, right? They have to sweep aside, clear their backs, control a segment before they have to move in. Now, this is one of those typical cases where you've seen them excel in before, right? And it's about controlling the next bit of location, assessing the landscape like they're trying to do now, because they do have to come down to the low ground. But that means that if they can find sweet angles, if they time it well, they can maybe kill off some of those players in the low ground first, but they will first, of course, clear out 1 team, but 2 knocks onto them at the moment.
Captain, he's only got to beat B-Buds to protect him. He's got 2 people to revive, but Take Cover aren't going to let this one slide. They will make their aggression in. They find one onto Roman the first. They come in from all angles. The second goes down. Captain will not be able to do anything. Is TC clean this one up? It will be 21 Blackjack, though, facing up against Gianni. Will get 1 knock. Antho is going to be the second one to fall potentially here, as Malum also closes in. Hamana's on the other side. Take Cover joining into the fray as well. But it is 21 Blackjack in control of this phase 7 zone, and you know how much damage the phase 7 zone does. Gets caught on the buggy. Microb gonna have to say goodbye, and this might be Take Cover saying adios to this match. It's 21 Blackjack. This will be potentially 2 dominant games out of Miramar for them. 6 kills, looking to make it number 7. Ultra is the solo, but what can Ultra do?
You know what? I think this is it. Finally, 21 Blackjack got the second place just now on Miramar, and they're coming back to take more. Very controlled, slowly moving in through a pocket, don't challenge through too many peaks upon the high ground, and they are actually coming in, and they may be able to get this last kill as well, but maybe they just want to play safe. But you know what? I'd say go for it. We know how much 1 point would matter, but they just failed to take it. But nonetheless, probably their first chicken dinner in this tournament.
First chicken dinner surely in this tournament, but 21 Blackjack today have been absolutely on point considering how poor they did do in yesterday's 5 games. They have been doubling, tripling, quadrupling their kills as they go and their points in total. I think that going into the final game, going through with 2 dominant Miramar matches, 21 Blackjack did look good on Erangel, and this could be 21 Blackjack realistically here on the poor performance of some other teams to take advantage and find their way up to the top in, as you say, what is an absolutely maddening middle piece of this leaderboard.
Can't wait to see it. I think we're starting to see teams, like the small things add up. Right, like the small things from scouting and not knowing how to let go of 1 or 2 knock teammates to really add up, and you see that middle table is just getting more, like statistically normal, where it's just like no more point sponge other than the top 2 teams, but the other teams slowly grabbing, going somewhere as they fix their small issues, and the teams that didn't continue to suffer.
I think that overall, right, that you do look as well at K9, who before they went out were also able to grab a plethora of kills. And I think that this will also help K9 considering their darkness did fall down earlier. But we will have to see exactly how K9 have been able to close that gap, because it is going to be a short break before we get to the scoreboards, and we will see you guys on one more match later on.
Yeah. Ready? Strap up. Yeah. We wanna have it that's ready for what I'm pitching. Nothing but heaters is in the pick 'em off from a distance like. About to get the drop on. Roll up with the squad on. How you gon' survive when we ride? You can't hide or run. Try to stall, but your time will come. Together better than riding alone. Stuck inside of the zone, but before we head home, I'm right with my scope, and there ain't nowhere to go. Yeah, if I miss, I don't quit, so best stay in the zone. Yeah, coming at you like I got nothing to lose. Hey. Clearly I might be missing a couple screws. Call me the handyman, cause I'm known for carrying tools. Hey. Ain't a problem that I can't fix, please don't get it confused. Yeah. 6 million ways to try, which would you choose? Many hope to stop our team, but we refuse. Act like you want it, bet y'all get it. Winner, chicken dinner is about to get bombed. Can't call medics, I embrace pain and walk it on. Yeah. Meanwhile, these cowards are praying, we call it off. Never not at all. In it to win it, we'll keep trying. Yeah. The zone's closing in and we're watching the sounds flying. No loud sirens coming to save you, you better forfeit. Artists with the shotty, I paint a picture that's pretty ugly, missing money, but they nearly struck me too. They must be feeling lucky, spraying anybody that move. About to hit these dummies, get them money before they getting you. Revenge is coming, so one of us will take out your food. Bring it back. Enemies ahead, about to put her in it, they chapter. Survival of the fittest, the only mission that matters. My sharp as a dagger, my mama ain't raised a stacker. Coming in high and heavy, the breaker and make them scatter.
They fight. They strive. They win. And they read a lot. Those are the students that enjoy PUBG Mobile. Want to be one of them? Then join the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship. The whole world is watching. Show them what you're made of. Make your university or college proud by becoming a real hero. Because true heroes take action. Don't forget that.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship, where we have one more game, but two breakdowns of results to go, as it was an absolutely crazy fourth game there for 21 Blackjack, taking home the chicken dinner. But of course, if you always want to be taking home those chicken dinners of your own, you can do it by enjoying a super fast and lag-free PUBG Mobile experience on Xiaomi's powerful Redmi Note 10 5G. And Tarzan, this was 21 Blackjack for the second time. Second place in the first time round. First place this time around. Dominant on the Miramar match.
Oh, they didn't start off easy though. Let's not forget about this one. Snowix could have single-handedly caused them so much trouble, but they stood strong. And then we transitioned into this crazy part where I kind of just predicted a little bit of Lost Leona's early phases as well.
As you can see, AR51 Arena 51 Esports struggling with that zone. Demon on his lonesome means that they just get caught. Say goodbye, say hello to Kings. He will be your death dealer for the day. And so death dealing were TC and K9 and all of these squads down below. And that also 5 threats when it comes to the northern side. These three teams really did do the work. But then finally, it was who broke through. But with only 2 players, they couldn't really do much because it just got pinned and executed by K9 before K9 got executed by both, sandwiched by 21 Blackjack, and also take cover until at the end. Ultra did not feed the way to kill, just let himself die to the blue zone, the smartest decision of all, and denied Blackjack at one point. But nevertheless, here was still 21 Blackjack with Batchikin securing that top spot by 1 point.
Oh, and a 13-point difference between SFSX, K9 Esports, and Darkness. And who knows how is that going to change up the leaderboards? I think it's going to be really, really close. They just keep playing ping pong, right? Like, who's going to win this one?
Right. I think that K9 overall do look stronger, right, on the Miramar Dunes. I think the Darkness really do need to clean themselves up a little bit there. Yes, Darkness, of course, did take 1 chicken dinner, but I mean, overall, through the entirety of PMCC, K9 have had better results. So it is no surprise to see them once again come up on top. This is probably K9, I would say, their strongest map in total, as we can see overall. K9 do take the top kills as well. Captain going to be the perpetrator of that one, but just below them, you can also see Roman with 4.
Also, at the bottom as well, Teslas with 2, but I believe that he's put so much work in. I think this squad from that position just know how to play it, you know, and just keep spraying people down. And I know it's not easy to rotate down early. I think they were being caught off guard. That's something that I was expecting them to do better, is to pre-smoke or even just sweep that side a little bit, because they were trying to go wide down that low ground, right? So, but you know what? Nonetheless, a very decent game from them based on the points, and then we will need to see that damage output to give us a clearer picture of what actually happened in that game. And I'm just going to pass this over to you.
I mean, Captain there for SFX, K9, Captain and Roman in total, just that 1500 damage coming through from them. But as well, this was a crazy game for damage. Still in that leaderboard, 600s for 3 other players, still 500s, and almost 500 for the 8th place. Shows you that there was a bountiful amount of damage in total coming through, Salsa.
Yeah, and we can look at how a lot of players actually put like those work in without us really noticing as well. You see, like Snowick starting as someone who almost spoiled the game for 21 Blackjack is on their Ultra. We've seen the interview as well on there. You know what? Seems like you can get onto this damage output bot if you are, been doing these interviews. Snowick's on their Ultra, Antho. So you know what? Maybe that's probably why. And we're going to move on to the next bit as well, and then find out this damage output. And that is kind of the difference right there. 21 Blackjack, being that first place, but it's a controlled game. So 1k damage from them, and then 21 points. Although the SFS K9 Esports didn't take that win, but look at that damage, almost doubled that of 21 Blackjack, because they took a position, they tried to control it, and got themselves a good amount of kills.
And it was 21 Blackjack. Overall, they did have a little bit less damage than K9. They were the ones on top with 20 points. But as you can see in a moment, Tarzan, I am not alone anymore. This was a sad flower indeed. And sad flowers need to be in the sunlight. So that is why I brought my trusty friend over here to sit alongside me for the final match. And they will join me just over on the side. So I will put my beautiful pink flower on that side as we go to the standings. Because now that he is in the sunlight, he can be a happy boy. And surely K9 will be happy boys here and alongside 21 Blackjacks, because they were the winners of this fourth game here, as it was these two teams, 21 Blackjack turning up 4 points in total. K9 Esports also closed that gap just to 9 points now going into the final game. But also winners there, Take Cover Squad, third position, or should I say actually second position, third position overall in the second game as well. They will be able to, with those two good Miramar performances, put them into 7th position.
And that is a very good climb coming from them. And I think the top two teams need to start worrying about 21 Blackjack and 5 Threats. If they continue with this momentum, with the experience in the squad as well, they are a force to be reckoned with, right? But there are still some teams that we're still waiting. We've seen a lot of good stuff, but just needing to fine-tune some things. Maybe I'm talking about teams like Red Island and Cyrex Esports. They used to be like right up there. We love how they played, and it's the same for Revolution Student. They had so many second places or whatnot, but now they seem to have found themselves a little bit lost.
I think overall, the Revolution Student coming through from the first set of games in yesterday's matches did look alright. They didn't have the best of performances, yes, but they weren't at the bottom, whereas today they really have been struggling, and you can see them moving slowly further down on the leaderboard. But as you can see overall, those winners on the other end of the spectrum, it was in the first match of the Wrangle, K9 SF taking that victory. Darkness, though, they both took Miramar and Sandhawk by storm before Miramar 21 Blackjack came back for revenge, as we have just seen, taking that chicken dinner for themselves. The first one that they have been able to muster in these finals, and it is up to see in one more match in the Wrangle just about to come up, see who will be able to take it.
And you know what? My brain is getting a little bit blocked right now. I was just looking at these small details now, right? Because we're talking about the small things. The Erangel picture right there. I'm thinking, oh, that is the Milter factory. I was like, I'm looking for that green hill that Highland was always talking about, and it ain't there. But you know what? Like, I could still kind of spot it. But you know what? Like, beautiful graphics. So thank you to the production team, and we will be down to this. Time just really flies. Now, one more game,
time does fly,
then we'll be done. Like for these 2 days, and then you can see how things can really change. Like just through 4 games. So don't lose hope. There's still a chance.
I mean, there is still technically 6 games here to go, so there is plenty of opportunity for all of these teams, Tarzan, to be able to make it to a good position by the end of the finals. It is certainly not over, and it certainly won't even be over going after this game into the last day, because there are just so many opportunities for teams to pick up points, and we know that teams can pick up serious wins even when it comes down to those final few matches. It is up, though, to the final game to see who can take it, as we say, and who will be able to save my flower, because he needs some more sunlight. This needs to be a good game, Tarzan. It needs to be a long one, because after all of that time in the dark, he's going to need some brightness down on top of him, because I'm going to unfortunately have to switch his lights off after the cast. And then my dark flower will be here once again with me, and I'll be sad.
Oh, I think that is also kind of because darkness has been winning. And
Is that the
dominating.
people who've been doing it? That's exactly why. That is exactly why my flower is in the dark all the time. Where I should just open the curtains and I should be like, the heavens have opened. That is what I'll be doing tomorrow.
Oh my lord, yes. And you know what, like, speaking of, you know, all these stuff, you know, the weather, let's talk about the weather. We're old British people talking about weather, but you know what, it's it has a factor, like, when it comes to people's like mood and performances. And I know players who actually don't, like, not just players, but people who just don't function particularly well in particular times of the day or under a certain weather. These things these are the small things. We're talking about small things adding up. That's important as well, you know what? Because my face is getting a little bit darker, because darkness seems to be winning this tournament if we continue the momentum this way, and we are ready to go. The playing path basically from South Georgia Pool to Novo.
Novo.
I was gonna. You disappoint me, man. Like, I was, you know, we're playing this game.
Oh,
so
we
many
played the game. I was
times
gonna say
now.
we should play the game. I was gonna say
we need to do
I was
that.
just gonna say we should play the game in tomorrow's days. We need to practice to get ready for even bigger competitions coming up. I mean, we've got some big shoes to fill right now, so we got to make sure we're on point.
Exactly.
Okay, we got to make sure
Should we
every game
explain the
tomorrow.
game?
Oh, we
Should we
should.
explain
Yeah,
the
explain the game. Okay, this is a great game.
Okay, so basically the game is just kind of testing our eyes and map knowledge to look at that beautiful plane flying. But before the minimap pops out, we want to kind of guess the starting and end point of the plane path. Like, to be fair, I find that pretty fun. Not when I'm wrong, though.
Not when you're wrong. I mean, that is the one time they can say, like, Professor Tarzan, you are wrong. I mean, there is not many other times you can say it, because, I mean, you are pretty impeccable when it comes to your color-casted knowledge.
Oh, thank you so much. I mean, we're just, you know, partners in crime. Like, we're just working together for quite a while now through different tournaments. I really hope you guys like it. And with this playing path, means there's a good amount of teams that can come into this phase 1 circle off to that eastern side. For all those teams around Zaki and Georgia Pool who don't want to charge straight in with brute force, go for that wide rotation in the clockwise manner, maybe through Stalber if they want to, but this pacing are very, very important. 9 points to separate Darkness and K9SF. We are down for a brilliant Game 10 of this finals.
All the way over to that eastern side. Lipovka, Lagnostra Power, and Lagnostra MVP, they would be proud teams right now over on that side. Who's come over will be over on the wrong side of the Erangel fold for now, as it will be over in Georgia Pool in a moment. So this is an interesting decision, I think, as well for teams, Tarzan, because overall, you have a plethora of opportunities to you at the moment. Because not only do you have the main island that you can cross over from, but I think for one of the few times in this competition, we actually have the North Island open for teams to try and move around into zone from there.
Yeah, North to River, that position, I kind of want to see it, because I think Stalber and the surrounding is very tricky to play. It requires a lot of map knowledge and experience. You don't have all the time to explore or kind of just find out the landscape as you go. And this will be a little bit of a slower start. Interesting as well. I feel like I'm watching another game. I feel like I was watching GTA because like Hamza with his brilliant outfit is on the bike with absolutely nothing. I mean, from how it looks like. So it may be a little bit of a slower start for Darkness, but I do believe they can find a way around it anyway.
IND also going to be down towards that south. Georgia pole ending. I think also IND, one of these teams going into this final match of today, they really do need these points because they looked so strong in their group. They cleaned the floor with every other player in their group that they played against. But when it comes to the finals, they were the one being used as a mop and water, basically, between all of these other squads.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to. Yeah, let's talk about this one. I feel like it's character, like of players, etc. I know there's some UK players in there, and I'm not trying to be just harsh on the British players, right? But you can see across like Discord, which is like such a huge thing to where people organize all these esports events. You can see in different platforms how people tend to express themselves or whatnot. It shows a lot of character. Sometimes you do feel like some people from particular backgrounds show particular strength and weaknesses, whether they are nice to each other, whether they have more grit, whether they are just more toxic. I think I have all of those. And from my knowledge of IND, I can see a lot of so-called hype plays or whatnot, but it's just not calculated enough is the feeling. So it could be sloppiness, as individuals that, comes from, I don't know, like schoolwork, housework, like relationships, like brushing their teeth. There's so many things. Like I mentioned earlier, how you do one thing might just be how you do everything.
I mean, to be fair, when it comes to relationship between Utahs, and I think we're doing pretty well. So, I mean, it can only go up, right? I mean, does this equal a chicken dinner for ourselves here by the end of today?
Yes.
Do we get to eat, or do we have to starve?
Here's a date. Okay, we'll go find something. Like when this bloody lockdown is over, as long as I don't get flanked by my mum, I think we will have a very nice chicken. Otherwise, she would just be a little bit confused as to what are you having with this beautiful gentleman, right?
Oh, you treat me very well here as we go into the final match. But we are already 5-6 minutes in, and it is not just us here that are going to have a date together. It is going to have to be through with Conqueror here to be able to come up clutch together as a squad, Tarzan, because this is the other team my eyes are lasered down upon. They have not shown up strong. You can see them in the leaderboard on the bottom right. 16th position, 13 points after 9 games. That's only just above average of 1 point per game. I mean, yes, everyone has bad games. Everyone has a bad day. But to have 2 bad days in a row, to have 10 bad games, possibly, this is what we could be looking at. Just unacceptable.
I think it's very important, like for these players, when you have that experience in the pocket to have the individual reflections, right? Like I think this is how I see players. Like you need to make the most out of the situation, and then you can't just say, hey, whatever reason there is, like I feel like there's no excuse. Like when you are less than half of the points compared to the 15th place in the 16-team lobby, and almost just over a third of the points compared to the 14th place. Come on, man! Like, there's something that needs to be fixed. Like, I think like they could say, like, I've because I've worked with so many players, man. Like, and I know there's so many UK players on that team. And people have this thing, maybe it's about their teammates or whatnot, but I always value people based on what they can bring to the table as an individual, whether they can shine in their own way to cause a shift in mentality or the energy of a team. That is the power of one single person. And I've seen many of that work, right? In people that I've met in life, whether it's teachers or mentors. And I actually want to do the same. And it seems like someone just needs to step up in that squad.
I think overall, those teams who have really stepped up today, when we look actually at Come Over, a team that we mentioned, yes, 5 Thieves have been able to reach the top, but Come Over right now sat also in 4th position with 74 points. They are a team that, with a good result, with maybe 1-2 bad games, maybe not even today, but also from tomorrow by Dark or K9, they could actually still contest for the top if they, as long as they stay with the momentum and they continue to rack those points in. But I think overall, we do have to accept that Dark and K9 have been on another level, Tarzan. They already both reaching almost 150 points after just 9 games. One of them has already, which was Darkness. They look so strong, and I really am excited as well. Looking to see not only tomorrow and through tonight's game what they can do, but through the rest of the year, through future competitions.
And I think it might be okay. People may argue it's a different level. So it's people like some of my friends, right, players who say, okay, this is we got outdumbed is the term. Like they are so dumb, they're not used to tier 1 level that they do something that's so out of the ordinary, and that's why we die, right? I think you can only use that point so much. I think that there are grounds to it, right? For example, you won't expect to see someone like in the blue tanking 3 phases, to grab something unless there's a very good reason. But you also need to ask yourself, why are you there to meet them, right? So there's so many things that is very, very tricky. I think it's about molding character, people finding excuses or whatnot to escape from some sort of reality. But there's something that's for sure a good start is for people to enter this phase 2 without anyone dying, and I think this is a good start. It shows a lot of respect. We saw some rotations earlier, people not driving too close to some choke spots, so some of the things have been done better from all these teams.
I think overall, to see that all of these teams so tightly knit in, to see 2 times already, possibly a third, where we see all 16 teams survive at least to phase number 3, even though these zones have not been easy, shows the level up that all of these teams have been able to get. And all of these teams really skill testing each other and forcing each other to be better. And I think when you think overall about the likes of K9 and Dark, going back to your point where you say, well, you get outdumbed by teams, when teams like Dark and K9, and even to extent their 5 threats and Come Over today, look so dominant against everyone else in the lobby, you really do think that this is a team not only that can dominate this competition itself, but can also then realistically and should on paper be able to easily contest against better teams when it comes to the semi-professional, when it comes to the professional leagues.
Exactly. I mean, like that point is also not so valid because we've seen, for example, Nin who represents Darkness to start to sub in for some tier 1 scrims, etc., and K9SF getting those spots in there slowly as well. So like it's not really it's almost an excuse. Like the flexibility in the styles and knowing the map and how to adapt to all the situations is so important. As we see Darkness here holding one of the very common compounds, and to my surprise, it doesn't split anyone to that small hilltop to the north to stop some rotation in. So this is a chance for IND to maybe use that to their advantage, as you see them almost knocking one.
That was the fastest pro you have seen onto the door. Must be careful you don't splinter yourself. And that one is it will be IND to now use his time, though, to send Chronos through. They have now 2 members, both on 1 angle each. So this does increase the pressure there for Darkness. They have found themselves a little bit pincered, but I'm not too concerned. We know how good Darkness can be, and it'll be up to Darkness to see exactly how they will be able to escape this one as in towards that center. It is going to be around a shelter. In also here, Tarzan, something that we haven't been able to see before, shelter used towards the later stage of the game. And if this zone does move towards shelter, how would you realistically, and when do you realistically use shelter here in that underground section of the map?
I think they just really need to know how much time it gets to the other side, and they need to park the cars. I think that's very important, to explore how to park the cars, if they want to stay stealthy or not, or do they just want a good spot to really, protect all of them. I know the southeastern entrance of shelter is strong for that, but then by holding that spot, you get to overlook that compound now held by Concrete UK, for example. But we'll first have a little bit of outside circle fight. The looters trying to harm the side of K9SF and the chance to take more prize money.
But the Luders, they look so darn defeated right now by K9. Captain Tesla, they move in. Yes, you've got Switch on the off angle, but he's not going to realistically do much to save his team. You can see Almighty just go down for 3. This will be a 1 and a 2, 3 kills going towards them. Almighty, though, is going to give information the longer they live. So you do worry that actually, well, only now being taken out, both turning their back. That could have been the moment there for Switch to strike. 21 Blackjack as well coming down from the Prison Hills. K9, their position outside the zone, they could now be the ones to fall. Captain gets one bullet into his side, but Hermanos won't find a second, so Captain does stay alive for now.
Okay, so let me make a point about sportsmanship. You know, there's so many scrims that will actually ban teams if they try to finish with fisting. I know it's not really a thing in esports, but you can see KISF trying to do that. I don't know whether it's out of disrespect or whatnot, but I feel like they didn't have to do that. It's not like they're out of bullet or anything. They just simply want to do it, you know, out of joy. And they almost, you know, the support that were about to come in from the Lutrous could actually punish them, but they didn't get punished for it. But this is where I set the line, and I won't go, you know, any less. Like you lose time, okay, and you lose, you know, a few bullets that you wouldn't really need to. You know, you lose time punching people, and then to not do that, it's just a few more taps. Unless you really say, "Oh, I'm doing that because I don't want to show more, you know, audio cues or gunshots." You know what? I don't believe that, and I think this type of stuff will factor into the, you know, the attitude like in the rest of the games. And you know what, I feel like it's very small. Okay, I don't want to overinterpret it, but I don't really like what happened there. I've seen teams do that in PMCOs or whatnot, then just not showing any strings like otherwise. So please have that like sportsmanship. Like if you don't have it, I don't care. Like to be fair, I've been trying to maybe sponsor teams or whatnot, and these type of attitude and these small things is really something that stopped me to pour in a lot of resources for those who I find worthy.
I mean, in the words and in the phrase of a British person, you just get in the bin is that what we would say there. But I think for 5 threads and also coming up now towards that eastern side, if I can get my compass directions right here, how do also 5 threads control this position? Because yes, they're on the edge of shelter. Shelter is now no longer going to be in part of this zone, but instead you do have this road behind 5 threads. You have all of these teams coming in on this heavy rotation because that zone has shifted west. The east is going to be the most congested. They have got a lot of work to do right now in terms of their control. It may not look like it because they do have a little bit of space, have a little bit of control, but there are these teams around them, and they can't move backwards because Road will come over, and also OG there makes it so difficult. As you can see, Antha, they need to look through his knocks to be able to provide this space, but now they opt to come in. They found death, they found one either end, and they find potentially another one with the help of Revolution Student. Optic are getting crushed, as it will now be Beaster on their own, driving for the last edge of his life. But can Beaster be able to survive? Go straight into the arms of come over. There is nowhere to hide. This is phase 4. Optic, you need to settle at some point. Red Island as well, going to lose 1 to IND. But look at Manega from the backside. You saw this happen in the very first game of the finals. Red come in from behind and obliterate squads in the bushes, in the grass. It was Impulse to do it the first time around. Impulse still is alive. Kronos goes in, but Kronos gets smacked. And Manega goes down to the backside, but there goes Device down too. It's just going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Impulse using the Jeep, using the tree to dodge out shots. Gets the kill, gets the first. Vision wiped back. Looks for potentially the second knockdown. Doesn't want to get spotted out, using those knocked members to reveal vision for the team of IND, as it will be also one for the back through as well. Chronos still alive though. The smoke's gone through. Impulse going to be safe for the moment.
Oh, it's just so tricky, but that is the third party coming in. Take cover has arrived, and same for Conqueror and Darkness maybe needing to fight on that side as well.
There will be also K9 Captain on their own, struggling with that revive. Do we have enough time to bring it through? As 5 threats as well have to deal against the push between two sides. The full squad of Revolution Student, the full squad there behind them as well. This Conqueror still up a full squad themselves. 3 kills so far, bringing in those points. This is more than the average they've been able to get so far. They look for potentially even more. As you can see, Take Cover move in. You saw them get that initial knock. It is all about positional control, Tarzan. This is all about how willing and how much these teams are willing to bully and choke out their opponents. This Cyrax go in for the knock, but it's only going to be a 1-for-1. Fix 10 still alive, but has to do so much work. Still 2 more members up. Hype, Icy going to be alive. Don't find a bullet through the smoke just now. Hype goes back down on the underground. They won't be able to find their final member of the share. Fix 10 still up. Still shooting down through. Goes for the off ankle, looking for that pick over onto Hype. Doesn't quite find it. Doesn't quite get the angle. Doesn't quite get the bullets in. Will go down. Cyrex keeps themselves alive for the meanwhile.
Nice play there. Good response to the audio cues and whatnot, and just with the patience as well. But you know what? There's one thing that happened for sure, without us knowing, is Darkness going out, as well as K9SF going out. You know, let's put it this way. Darkness went out because Highland Wolves plant one sun, and they say no darkness. K9SF punch people, then they are worth the punishment. And you know what? That is basically karma served. And then the God Save My Plant needs sun. And this is an important game. That means teams can really catch up.
Take cover, going to fighting through, but this could be the 1v3. No, it will not. It will be Red Island not successful this time around, and it will also be Cyrex moving their way in. Still the full squad, still 4 kills on them. Come over, look to cut them off at the moment, though. Estelle drops down. Estelle almost will get knocked down as well by Ice, but now the bullets come through. Now the blocking with the cheap. Perfect timing there from Cyrax. Saves Icy's life, and it will be come over down to just Snowix.
Oh, but look at those landscapes. You just need to smoke out as soon as possible. That is some over-aggression. When you are out in the open, trying to cover more, trying to kill more, you really need those soft cover. And that is come over just living another day for now.
Come over, though. This looks like 3 juicy kills here. It will be Cyrax throwing in the grenades, throwing in the mollies. They know this is 3 points they can definitely grab. They do get them all. Revolution Student as well take down a R51, as that will also be another member to fall in these final zones. So difficult for your teams to get in. Is IDN2 will get knocked down. Also to the soul of Mac and Marcus. Surely this is the end of the road for them. They are in between the ridgeline. Infinite One Blackjack. It will be 21 Blackjack. Both it gets deleted through from Magnum Marker. It will also be Conqueror who will be able to find that one through. They do actually still away, excuse me, so it will be Conqueror getting another point on board, as they will not be done yet. Still the full squad. We mentioned it. Conqueror, they needed these points to bring them up. This is the type of Conqueror that I was expecting to see in the finals.
It was just one good thing that they've done, right? That one thing led them to it. That dip, that strong junction dip that is so textbook from season 1 and 2 is there for them to claim because they scouted. It was Darkness who held it. So the 16th place team did their homework and took down the first place and now own that dip and start to frag. I think they are getting in the single game all the points that they've missed, or basically the sum of all the points in the previous 9 games. So is this Conquer UK waking up? Because I feel like they felt the message. They got it now. They are waking up, and this is time to grab that, and they have the circle as well.
These teams put the leash on the Conqueror UK and they just ripped it off their necks and said, we will put the leash back onto you. As it will be 5 threats. Going to now lose another to Conqueror. 12 going to find Gianni. Send 5 threats down to the solo. Cyrex going to also be knocked there by Conqueror. It will be hyped to fall to Senso. Revolution students are on 5 kills. They maybe have an option to get in towards the south side, more so than other players. King also will be spotted by Haku. This could be them getting sent down, but it will also be Haku deleted by also Senso onto hype. With Haku now down means that this is one less player Revolution student have to enter in. Keep in mind, order meanwhile, IDN no still alive. Makanomoka bringing these points in, takes down Senso.
And that is them needing to know how and when to peek, man. Just like if you're trying to spray down one person, do a double peek from that bridge. And whoa, this is peeled from Ultra, but that is the return coming back.
This is just smoke, explosive warfare here as it will be Conqueror as well to look for their own grenades in. They're looking to chuck that in for the extra kills. But Conqueror with 8 already, sending potentially into double digits here. A game for them. Take cover will also fall down. It will be the play zone to take them out of this lobby as 4 teams remain. Revolution students, it will be Varus, it will be Nade. Haku also comes through to the revive, so they keep themselves up as a trio. 5 threats still somehow alive as a trio. That grenade did not send them packing, despite the craziness that he may have caused.
And I think there's a great momentum setting up. Going almost dead last for Darkness and K9 in this game may hurt them tomorrow when it comes to the momentum game. They would be like, okay, we're still good. It really comes down to that pep talk, what they wanted to say about this game. But 5 threat can really use this to go up. But IDN, so key to have that last player to just use that small ridge line to outlive so many teams, as well as putting damage to Conqueror. You can see some of them don't even have helmets anymore. So this car play and then just using that ridge line has been sweet, and he's still got some resources going into this late game. But what he doesn't have is the circle.
Yeah, I was just going to say here, Tarzan, look at where that zone has gone. It's gone over to Revolution students, so they don't have to move anymore. It will be Conqueror to now finally utilize their smokes. How many have they got? How willing are they looking to push this in? Because they send one in, they send the scout of Juarez. Now they send through Senso. They're looking for this position, a 2-2 split. They understand that 5 threats are still there, though, and 5 threats as well need to make that push. They get 2-3 knocks, so 5 threats slow on the uptake. This will also be a knock throw on to 12, as it will be 5 threats to be able to return that one. Risen, the solo though, how much longer can 5 threats Risen stay alive as Revolution student pop those tires? The vehicle gets popped as well, but it won't be popping Nade. What do you mean while here? Keep in mind, IDN still alive. 12 will be knocked for that kill onto Magnamoka. Magnamoka takes a second. Magnamoka waking the hell up in this game. He almost takes a squad wipe. One more to go. Takes the Noka surely down beforehand. Senso puts a smoke. They know that smoke was just put down. They know this is exactly where Conqueror currently are. He's stalking behind him, looking for that protection with the airdrop. Understands that he can maybe find this one, but no! It will be Senso to take this one back. And Namoka IDN fall down in 4th spot. Whereas Senso, they did get into zone. They are surviving for 1 phase longer, and so will Risen. So desperately crawling his way in for this 2nd position. So desperately trying to stay quiet as much as he can. By crawling, that noise can be heard now as his zone gets even closer, though. Fire into the grass. Not going to find anyone. That grenade will, though, find onto Wowaz. One more potentially from the smokes, from the grass, should I say, could find Revolution students. Senso fires back one of his own. But what can Revolution students do? It is 3 versus 2. They have the advantage. This could be them taking their 2nd chicken dinner.
Oh. Rowers almost completely bled out. That comms almost didn't come through. And I wonder how much meds they have, because so many knocks onto Conqueror when they try to peek off that junction dip, and they're just down to 2 players. A lot of spoiler play coming from all these teams. Risen definitely in here because he knows how to play that spoiler and just slowed down Conqueror so much. Of course, Conqueror also underestimated Mac and Mocha, and that will be them down to 2 players, but 10 kills. They're at least getting 20 points in this game, and they had 13 before this one.
Risen as well, coming in for the flank angle. This could be huge for Five Threads if they find Rowers, if they find Senso. This could be the spoiler play they look for. Senso, Rowers still alive for now. Looking for that play as Five Threads will find Rowers. This is what we talked about. Rowers going to get knocked. Senso will find it, but now it is all woken up. Senso is on his own. Revolution should stand up. They wake up, will take this chicken, and the nade goes down now to the other side, but it's just too much. It will be Revolution students that take the victory here and take it dominantly. Tarzan, this was a beautiful set of control coming through from the Revolution students team, and with it they were able to snake. That zone went in their way, and with it came that chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, all those, it's almost textbook stuff, right? Like you send one scout or spoiler, then the 2 more to, do other work. So the small things in that later circle was pretty nicely done by these teams. I mean, the last bit, of course, is to know that, it's noticing that it's 3v1 very quickly within 2 seconds, and they finish it. Because we've also seen in our careers working as partners, some of these teams just don't know the numbers advantage when it's only 2-3 squads remaining. So these things to be done well is important. But that leaderboard is going to be so interesting after this one, because the king and queens have fallen.
Yeah, Conqueror there. The scribes will be the ones to rise up here to the top as much as possible, but we have to go to the breakdown here because this was an absolutely maddening game from all of the matches we've had today. Probably the most insane. It started off all between these 16 teams, making it through to even phase 4 here, Tars. And the furthest we've seen all 16 survive in darkness. They were the ones that actually do look like they did fall down first in this match.
Oh, that was Conqueror's good play right there. Senso making it work so much, but Impulse put down so much work before he actually had to go down. Roscoe didn't make it through. Mock the Mocker has been strong in this game as that solo player, but Ultra did severe damage before Yatam returned the favor.
But Five Threads, so good there from Risen. He understood that they needed to make that play on the edge of the zone, using every little bit of space. Macnamoka as well on the other end. These solos really were the kryptonite for Conqueror before then. Risen came through with an extra play, really sealed the deal for Conqueror. And as soon as you saw that kill go through, Revolution students, it was a 3 game from there. Yes, you find nade, but Senso just doesn't have the health to answer all 3 players. And Revolution students, they take themselves to second spot with that chicken in there. But the 11 kills the Conqueror got, that takes them to the top of this table with 23.
What an important game for both of these teams. They're lacking momentum. We're almost losing hope, but they are coming in to make it better. But Revolution student, only on that replay, I'm not going to let that go. We know it's a 3v1, right? I talked about it already, but I realized out of the 3 players, only 2 of them pushed. It's like left and right. The last one was still proning, so I'm not going to give it to them. I need to keep my bar because I am the professor.
Is also Five Threats. They're also going to be the ones in 3rd position here because they get 18 points. And this was massive. This was huge because, as we say, IDN, K9, they fell down 16th, 15th position respectively, which means that all of these points can be sponged up, taking the only opportunity being able to grab all of these kills in this first opportunity for them. They take it big. Revolution student Crew UK going to be was 2 up to the top, 6-5 kills respectively, and I think Haku here was one of those core players for them because Haku, yes, they got knocked at the end, but they knocked down Cyrax, they knocked down Conqueror, and they bought time for Revolution students to get into where that zone ultimately ended up. And without Haku, Revolution students would not have taken that chicken dinner.
Oh, he played spoiler decently well. I think he also got knocked from that position, but he could slowly come back down. At least he crawled down at the right time when other teams are fighting. That's how they could still get that numbers advantage and eventually win from that position. But I think this is them waking up as well. So that's something that I love to see. And I mean, look at that damage, at least 2,000 damage from these 3 players from Conqueror UK. This is, I really hope that they can bounce back, man. I think they should represent themselves and the region.
2,336 damage coming through from Conqueror. This was their standout game. This was their moment, if ever, to be able to prove to us in the final game of the second day, to be able to show up. They almost double the score that they had in 9 games previously, and so Revolution Student needed these points too, because yes, they were able to take chicken dinners before. This should be their second chicken dinner, I do believe, if I'm not mistaken, one from yesterday over in Miramar. But apart from placement points, they really did need these extra kills, and these 7 kills will be very much welcomed by them.
And just needing to see that leaderboard right now, because that really shake things up. Both of these teams are not high up there, and we can see some teams really losing points when they shouldn't. And then, that mid-table, people just falling around the same time. So we just need to find out how that math work out, I think. No longer quick maths is a bit complicated, and it will be even more so when we play around with the numbers. Some differentiation, integration, you name it, because we have only those 5 more games, and these single-digit differences, 1 or 2 point differences, are going to make so much difference, man.
This is going to close the gap between K9 and Darkness. You can see 5 threads now also over that 100 mark. Only going to be a 38-point difference. And that's one more bad game, one more good game from 5 threats away from climbing their way up to the top, but we'll have to see tomorrow if they can do that as well. Good climb there from, of course, Revolution Student and Conqueror UK. And I think it is a little bit of a shame to see Conqueror UK only climbing 1 spot, but considering how far behind they were in 16th position before this, coming into this game, should I say, that 1 point is a big spot that they have climbed here, because Revolution Student as well, they are also going to match their way to the top of this leaderboard. And you talked about how close this leaderboard was as well, Tarzan. 78 points in 4th position. And when you go down to actually Red Island in 11th, that is only 15 points. That's 1 chicken dinner separating all of these squads. And even below that, it's still not a big gap from Red Island down to those teams below.
Yeah, I think it's right now about taking points away from Darkness and K9, and for the rest to see how they can really, take some wins. Okay, as you can see, the side of Darkness actually didn't make as much work compared to yesterday. They had almost 10k damage yesterday, as basically halved today. There's some issues going on, but you know what? It's still a very, very good amount of damage. We're talking about roughly 1k per game. Together, that is nothing to ignore, but SFSX K9 coming up soon and just chasing from behind. Those kill points, man, 75 and 70 kills, that is more points than some of these teams with the total points doubled. So this is how we can see
right,
that consistency has to come through and all that stuff, right? But we can go through a little bit of that recap of what happened today, Wolf.
Yes, as we can see there from the first match, a rankle taken there by K9 SF. That was the 3 in a row for them. There's also there Miramar taken home by Dark, and so there was Sanhok, the duo set of games there taken by them in a row, and 21 Blackjack there stealing away Miramar. Good results in them. Keep in mind, 21 Blackjack also got 2nd position over Miramar, looking really strong there. And on top of that final match bit, we have just watched Revolution Student take their 2nd chicken dinner of the finals of the PMCC with that Erangel match.
And same time, same maps, same teams tomorrow and same caster. We will have the last 5 games of the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship Europe West. That's the full name of the event. Let's not forget about that. And we will only be 5 games away from crowning that champion, who would take away 1,500 euros cash prize, and the second place will only get 800. It's not too bad, but you really need maybe an MVP to add another 100 to that amount.
I mean, I'm not going to math, but that suddenly looks like a dip of almost half there in total, Tarzan. And the difference between these two teams, the rivalry between K9 and also Darkness here is going to be so tight. And I think as well, you don't ignore actually all of these teams down on the bottom. It is going to be so intense and so exciting. As we say, same place, same time. We will be with you for tomorrow evening's 5 final games of the PMCC Western Europe. And we bid you all a beautiful and wonderful good night.
They fight. They strive. They win. And they read a lot. Those are the students that enjoy PUBG Mobile. Want to be one of them? Then join the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship. The whole world is watching. Show them what you're made of. Make your university or college proud by becoming a real hero. Because true heroes take action. Don't forget that.